Chapter 1453 Land of Exile. I'm afraid I have to refuse, Wang Wei said. Why? Xianxia asked while frowning. Is it because of the value of your technique? Who said it was a technique? Or come on. You wouldn't ask for an item since it's a foreign object and can be taken away. You wouldn't accept Grand Dao modifying your eyes, so that only leaves a technique you can use to study or discover any possible problem, Xianxia said, almost rolling his eyes. He, Wang Wei chuckled. The point is, I understand the thing is valuable, and I don't have anything of similar value to exchange now, unless you dare cultivate my heavenly Dao eyes, Xianxia said, staring at him. After seeing his calm demeanor, he continued, my point is the information I know is truly the most valuable and unproblematic thing I can exchange. The problem is not the value of the technique. Well, to be specific, it's not the primary issue, Wang Wei stated. Then, what is the issue? Well, first, there is the problem of trust, Wang Wei uttered directly. How do I trust you? You were raised, spending all your life being compared to me. Although you have great control over your emotions, you obviously hold a grudge against me for what happened to you. Do you expect me to ally with someone as untrustworthy as you? That's fair, Xianxia nodded, which is why I'm willing to sign an existence-binding contract. A what? Wang Wei asked despite the name being self-explanatory. People above the Paragon realm do not trust heavenly or Grand Dao contracts, and regular soul contracts or Dao oaths have little use on them. So, they created existence-binding contracts. The thing is hard to break, and even if someone tries, the other signer will know and can generate a backlash with terrifying repercussions. How do you have such a thing? Wang Wei asked, slightly curious. Xianxia pondered briefly. I guess there is no point in hiding it now. The teacher, enunciating intensely, sent me to a fortunate encounter to get the book of contract left from an ancient age. This thing is a pseudo-transcendent item with this ability. So, he randomly just gave you such a huge opportunity. I must admit, I'm jealous of you sometimes, Wang Wei sighed as he fanned himself. He didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart, Xianxia sneered. The book was so I could enslave a sect on par with the Dao opening sect so they would not intervene when I try to kill you. Your life truly evolved around me in all aspects. How sad, Wang Wei sighed. You said the trust issue was your first concern, Xianxia asked, ignoring that comment. What are the others? Your plan is a little too flimsy for my taste, Wang Wei said calmly. From my perspective, you planned to fulfill your duty until after my tribulation. Then, you saw hope and concocted this plan, but everything seemed to be hasty. I will not be surprised if Grand Dao immediately detects your betrayal after leaving this room and sends divine punishment on you, or your teachers come to fetch you for a new personality tuning. Wang Wei shook his head. Scheming against a higher entity is a complex issue that requires patience and carefulness. However, while brilliant, Xianxia's plan came into existence and was executed in less than 500 years, leaving too many flaws or possibilities for failure. I've thought of this. Oh. As long as I can come to an agreement with you, I know your future self can hide my betrayal, buying me a few moments of respite. Wang Wei's lips twitched. This bastard was scheming against his future self. However, that one statement revealed how much this bastard knew about him. Aren't you putting your hope in something illusory? I'm fighting against probably the most powerful entity in the chaos universe, and I have so little time to plan my escape, Xianxia said calmly. I had no choice but to include luck and faith in my plan. Wang Wei sighed. Their kind is meticulous and usually follows logic, fact, knowledge, data, and deduction of all possibilities when scheming. However, on a few rare occasions, they have no choice but to rely on luck, faith, or belief. They usually refer to these moments as calculated risks. Let's say you are right, and my future self does buy you some time. What are you going to do with it? If Xianxia is as important to Grand Dao as he appeared, there is no way to hide this betrayal for too long. I'll escape to the land of exile. And that is? It's a timeline or a group of them, I'm not really sure, that Grand Dao abandoned for some reason. Abandon? Wang Wei asked. He knew one of the 13 taboos was the lost timeline, a timeline that Grand Dao had to wipe out from existence for some reason, but he had never heard of a group of abandoned timelines. If something went wrong with these timelines, wouldn't it make better sense to erase them than to abandon them, since that could lead to instability? Wang Wei analyzed. Unless it cannot erase them, Xianxia finished. Things are getting more interesting, Wang Wei smiled as he fanned himself. What power or horror lay in these timelines for Grand Dao to have no choice but to separate them from the infinite trichiliocosm and grant them their independence? If I agree to this proposition, how will we exchange information? And please don't say nonsense like wait until you've already taken a step into the transcendent path to start our exchange. Xianxia's lips twitched. We will choose a designated timeline to communicate. However, you must wait until I remove some of the shackles on myself first. That's fair. So, you agree? Yes, but I have a condition. By all means. I won't directly give you the technique, Wang Wei uttered before raising his hand to stop Xianxia from getting excited. I'll refine an artifact with the same effect, and you can have the technique after you've exchanged enough information that equals its overall value. Xianxia groaned as he remembered this vampire would not suffer a loss under any circumstances. That's fine by me, but we must design a system to determine the technique's value. Of course. Is that it? Xianxia asked. One more thing, but it's not a condition, but more of a question. Xianxia motioned for him to continue. Why do I smell desperation in your actions? The way you move is not like I, who truly wants freedom, because that is my obsession. No, it's more like you're running from something, no, trying to prevent something. Xianxia remained quiet for a solid 30 seconds before replying. I'm trying to save her. What do you mean? My teacher, and maybe even Grand Dao, has already noticed my hesitation. Xianxia sighed deeply. According to calculations, their next training plan is to manipulate you into killing her. Once that is done, my hatred will be cemented, and I will accept my fate no matter what, just for the chance to avenge her. Aren't you? Please don't say some stupid and arrogant thing about not being manipulated, Xianxia cut him off. Grand Dao's intelligence is above you. It has more information and knowledge than you, and you're an ant compared to it regarding power. You can't stop it if it genuinely wants to manipulate you into something. Don't forget you still have 2 fate nexus attached to you, and those are the detectable ones. Fair point, Wang Wei nodded. He might be on par with Grand Dao in the future, but his current self was as insignificant as a bug on the street. His victories over Grand Dao so far have only been because it's a program that primarily acts within the confound of specific rules and limitations. Even his future self playing chess with Grand Dao using the Chaos Universe as a board may not be helpful. After all, chess is a 2-player game, meaning each person will take turns making a move. If Grand Dao is determined to make such a move, future Wang Wei may not be able to stop it. In fact, the latter might not even try, since it appeared he wanted to accelerate his past self's growth through adversity. I can sympathize with doing everything for the love of your life, Wang Wei sighed. Do we have a deal? Yes, but let me see the contract first to check if nothing is wrong. No problem. The two then started their work, beginning with checking and signing the contract, organizing a system for the value of information, and a system for exchanging said information through timeline traveling. Xianxia had a gentle smile hidden on the corner of his mouth after everything was done. I'll give you 2 pieces of information at no cost, Xianxia said. You probably know this already, but be careful of the Heavenly Book Paragon. If I guess correctly, he is the true enemy Grand Dao has prepared to eliminate you. Do you have information about him? Xianxia shook his head. I felt danger whenever I asked the teacher too many questions about him. I see. The second information is that there is a recruiting token for the Impermanence Society in the pure Inferno Chaos world. You might want to take it. Impermanence Society? A group of crazy scholars dedicated to studying and uncovering all kinds of secrets and mysteries of the Chaos Universe, Xianxia explained. You've met Madman Chu, right? Yeah. He's one of their members. I see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1454 Newly Acquired Ambitions. Dear, what's wrong with you? Sun Junyao asked. Ever since they watched that fight, he's been distracted, drastically reducing the efficiency of their hunt. That man called Xianxia, something about him is odd. Well, that's obvious. No, I mean something about him has attracted me, Xiaotiandi explained. What do you mean? Sun Junyao still did not understand what he was getting at. His physique, Xiaotiandi explained. Every time he used any Daos besides destruction, I sensed a familiar aura. Are you saying he also has the innate Grand Dao Source physique? No, that's the issue. His aura was purer. Are you sure? All I sensed was the overwhelming power of destruction. That's also why I'm questioning my senses, Xiaotiandi admitted, making his master frown. So, why did you bring this up? Do you have something planned? I was thinking if I could get my hands on his blood and strip the other powers, maybe I can push my physique to a higher level. I sensed an urgency in your voice, she stated, and Xiaotiandi sighed. After watching this battle, I realized it may not be a good thing to rush into the Paragon realm, he commented. His cultivation was already 79% in such a short period, meaning it wouldn't take long for him to become a peak Empyrean. However, after seeing how powerful Tian Xian and Ji Qingming were, Xiaotiandi realized that rushing might not be the best choice. Sun Junyao uttered. Do you want me to fight him? Honestly, I doubt I would be his match even after becoming a paragon. Not to mention he's probably related to a transcendent faction, Xiaotiandi added. Although he did not instantly realize his memories were missing, he could deduce part of the truth. Maybe we could team up against him. After all, our objective is to get his blood, not kill him, Sun Junyao suggested. However, by the time we both reach his realm, who knows how powerful hell be by then. In that case, we need to use our head instead of our might. You want to ask Wang Wei, Sun Junyao realized, not hiding the dissatisfaction in her tone. I thought you were a staunch opposer to our constant reliance on him. It's obvious he's trying to break your love-fate line by constantly increasing his karma and karmic debt between you two. We might as well take this opportunity since it probably won't last long, Xiaotiandi shrugged. You have a point, she nodded. If Wang Wei did not crack the fate line, their relationship would have become much more awkward. Fate would make it so that they constantly met by accident, even locking them up in unique dimensions/fortunate encounters so they could get to know each other. Alright, you contact him yourself. Let's hope he's available, Xiaotiandi uttered as he used his communication talisman. Did something happen? Wang Wei's projection asked. He had just finished analyzing everything that had happened with Tian Xian and was about to cultivate. I wanted to ask you something. Xiaotiandi started the conversation before explaining observation and objective. Oh, you're talking about his myriad Dao physique. That's what it's called? I don't know, but that's what I call it, Wang Wei admitted. His senses were much higher than those two, so he detected even more information and deduced the rest. According to his analysis, the best Dao for Tian Xian was chaos since it would allow him to use all Daos and make him a better vessel for Grand Dao. That's probably why he has the same physique as Xiaotiandi and why he elevated it to a higher level. Tian Xian's first act of rebellion was choosing Destruction Dao and even morphing his Myriad Dao physique into something that could be called Absolute Destruction physique. He probably used some excuse that this Dao had the highest attack potency and was somewhat the antithesis of fate, which is all about control and versatility. So, can you help us? If you want his blood, just ask him and exchange something of equal value, Wang Wei suggested. Something of equal value? You mean my master's perfection? This. Xiaotiandi uttered before looking at her. Aren't you putting me in danger? Sun Junyao showed her head and asked. Before coming to this place, she made a great effort to hide her perfection. It also helped that Wang Wei's history lock considered her existence one of the world's great secrets and further aided in the hiding process. Now, he was suggested to reveal such information. He already knows about you, Wang Wei revealed. How? Did you say something? And why would I do such a thing? But how did some foreign cultivator know such a secret? Sun Junyao asked. His situation is special, so he knows much about our world and its current state. Wait, does that mean he could reveal it to other chaos worlds? Xiao Tiandi butted in. It's possible, but don't worry about it. What do you mean don't worry? He asked before understanding flashed in his eyes. You've already dealt with it? When would I have the time to do that? Then you have a plan then? Xiao Tiandi asked. Yes. Is this plan reliable? Wang Wei stared at him. All right, I've spoken too much, Xiao Tiandi backed down. Someone else is contacting me, Wang Wei stated. Anyway, I've already given you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you follow it or not. The chances of this trade proceeding were exceedingly high. Perfection contains some of the secrets or essence of Grand Tao, which is immensely valuable for Tian Xian in escaping his shackles. One more thing, Wang Wei added. No matter what, do not directly absorb his blood to improve your physique, even if you purified it 1 billion times. And no, I'm not exaggerating here. You can study and recreate his blood conditions to improve yourself, but under no circumstances should you directly absorb it. Is it that serious? Xiao Tiandi frowned. Let's say it in another way. If you absorb it, you will instantly become my enemy, and I hunt you down at any cost. I won't care about our previous friendship, nor will I give you time to grow. Xiao Tiandi felt a chill down his spine. All right, I get it. Good. The communication ended, and he looked at his master. Isn't it being too much? The good news is we can now deduce what kind of relationship these two have, Sun Junyao added. True. I'm telling you, our priority is to become a paragon, Lin Fan stated. You saw what happened in that fight. Wang Wei was right, shenanigans have started to appear, so who knows how much time we have. I understand where you are coming from, but what is the point of becoming a paragon if we are the weakest group, Su Shi argued. Under normal circumstances, you would be right, but this trial is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as we take the 4th or 3rd heaven spots, our high cultivation will compensate for the lack of high battle capabilities. I don't understand why you're so focused on reaching a higher realm when you know the significance of a deep foundation. Lin Fan sighed. Foundation can be made up, but this is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. You don't know if we can make it up or the price to pay to do so. And you don't even know how to enter the taboo battle realm, Lin Fan countered. Speaking of, didn't you see how the teacher did not wait? That's because he's under pressure and probably planning something, Su Shi countered. But with his protection, we can take things slow and prepare for a better future. Lin Fan opened his mouth before closing them. He exhaled to calm down. How about we talk to him and get his opinion? All right. Soon, they immediately contacted Emperor Cong and explained the situation. I understand where both of you are coming from, Cong nodded. So, who do you think is right? You're both right. Do you know why the taboo realm is not common knowledge? Is it because the top lineages hide all information about it? Lin Fan replied. No, that's only a small part, Cong explained. It's because many people feel it's useless. How does that make sense? Su Shi asked. It does, Lin Fan added. The time it takes to research and create a method to enter that stage might be longer than the time needed to reach the next realm. Exactly, Cong agreed. And there are no tangible benefits. The ability to fight above your realm is not as valuable as reaching that realm and acquiring that level of strength. But Wang Wei has insinuated many times to me that the taboo battle realm will have great benefit in the realm of the two suns, Su Shi added. That may be true, but you have to remember that before they appeared, 99% of cultivators believed the Paragon realm was the peak of cultivation. And from what I gathered, even during the Second Origin War, many people did not participate or take the opposing side because they believed Shiyuan was messing around and his plan was nothing but nonsense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1455 Invitation. So, it's meaningless? Su Shi asked. Not necessarily, Cong answered. My view is we should at least enter the taboo realm at least once, and after reaching that level, there may be a way to make up for it. I see. So, what do you think we should do? Lin Fan asked. You can follow your own path, Cong said. Lin Fan can continue his spring to the Paragon realm, and Su Shi can start planning for her battle taboo. But Master, we don't have the information on how to do it. Cong was momentarily quiet. With my current realm, I can probably deduce the truth, but it would take a while, so it would be best to ask someone else. They both sighed before Su Shi uttered, I'll contact Wang Wei. Master, what exactly is your plan? Lin Fan asked. He knew of his master's temperament, so it was odd for him to rush to the Paragon realm at all costs. You will know in due time, Cong replied. By the way, where is my son? Brother Bai is still hunting. Keep an eye on him, and don't let him do anything stupid, Cong warned. He forbade his son from experiencing the immeasurable tribulation. Bai Han is not like his two disciples, who are blessed with immense, unique destinies and talents, meaning his chances of passing the tribulation after such a short period in the Empyrean realm were slim. So, he planned to train him to the peak of the Empyrean realm and get an entrance token to return to the trial once he was truly ready. Is there anything else? No. Be careful, Emperor Cong warned them before ending the conversation, leaving the couple alone. Are you sure you're not going to regret your decision? Su Shi asked. Maybe I will in the future, but for now, I'm willing to accept whatever consequences await. Very well, Su Shi said before kissing him on the cheek. She walked to the room next door to contact Wang Wei. She had noticed his decision was not simply due to a desire for power, there was obviously something more at play, but since he hasn't brought it up, she'll wait until he's ready to talk about it. Wang Wei ended his conversation with Su Shi. Another one has awakened, he muttered. First was Xiao Tiandi and Sun Junyao, and now Su Shi came along. He hoped more of his peers would realize the same, but he would not remind them himself. All right, time for a short retreat, Wang Wei thought. He closed his eyes, and 500 years passed. His cultivation reached the fourth heaven or 94%. This trial's spirits are greater vampires than I could ever dream of, he complained. He acquired many points, but they only allowed him to increase his cultivation by 1%. Tower spirit, are you there? Are you calling me? A small humanoid spirit in scholarly clothes, sitting on a large, opened book twice his size, appeared before him. Yes. Normally, we don't respond to participants unless it's really urgent or something special has occurred, but it seems you're one of our high-value targets. So, what can I do for you? Wang Wei's lips twitched. He exhaled to control himself. Is there any way you could make a refining tower? I would like to refine an artifact at the fastest speed possible. A tower to refine weapons and other stuff? A glint flashed in the spirit's eyes. What a great idea. Now that many paragons will be competing in the trial, a refining tower is an excellent idea. The Tao spirit immediately started to dissipate. Wait. Is there any else? He asked in annoyance. Since it's my idea, can't you give me some credit? Give me a reward or a discount, give me something. You have a point, the Tao spirit uttered as he rested his head on his palm. How about a 5% discount on your next tower? No, 5% is too much. 1%? That's too little. I know, a 2% discount. How about it? 2% is too little. Give me at least 20%. 2%, take it or leave it, the Tao spirit said lazily, making Wang Wei's twitch even more. How cheap are these guys? He complained internally. Fine. Excellent. The spirit released a light that entered his token before disappearing. Wang Wei shook his head before teleporting home. He immediately sensed a profound connection with someone and activated it. A shadowy figure soon grew out of his own shadow. "You're healed." "Yes, my lord," Red Mask replied while kneeling on one knee. "And your strength?" "I'm officially a paragon and can borrow your strength for a short period." "So, same as usual," Wang Wei nodded. "Let's get to work." He sat on his futon while Red Mask handed him a talisman with detailed information about what occurred in the last 500 years. A few things caught Wang Wei's attention, including Xianxia and Emperor Cong becoming inextinguishable paragons. Xianxia was hurt? Yes, he was attacked by a chaos world called the Metal Supremacy World. Is Metal Dao the primary Dao of that world? Wang Wei asked. No, it's the second most cultivated Dao, the first is Weapon Dao. Oh. More importantly, they despised sword and saber cultivators, Red Mask continued. Xianxia was not the only one attacked. Jian Wushuang, Ji Lanfang, the Golden Sword Emperor, and everyone from the Sword Path League. A battle of destiny between Weapon Dao? How interesting. Wang Wei commented. He continued reading the information and soon finished everything. Your next task is to prepare for the spread of the Fate Shadow Guards to these participants' world. Here is what you need to do. He handed her a set of instructions before dismissing her. His next goal was straightforward: hunt enough points to reach the fifth heaven and refine the artifact for Tianxian. As for his Proving Dao artifact, Wang Wei had to admit he did not care that much. His mindset is similar to that of many cultivators in the Eternal Ascension world who don't like relying on external objects. That's why he rarely, if ever, used his Proving Dao artifact, unless for a Grand Dao boost. Of course, he won't abandon the thing. If used correctly, it can be a trump card to reverse a dangerous situation, so Wang Wei will wait until he's back home to add the finishing touch. The artifact had already been tempered and nourished during his ascension, so he only needed to fuse some rare materials to raise it to a higher level. Wang Wei left his mountain to hunt. However, less than 5 years into the process, he received an invitation from Monkey for a meeting, and the latter heavily implied an important guest wanted to see him. Although slightly confused, Wang Wei headed to Monk's temple in the Safet zone. As Wang Wei walked to the room with numerous signs of life, he heard a booming and confident voice. Mulei, right? It appeared you started with the Giantification path, and changed into the World Body path. Your body has been well tempered, your foundation is solid, and your spirit and willpower meet the requirements. However, there is nothing unique about you. You can be an ordinary member if you accept my invitation. If I remember correctly, Monk introduced you as Yin Gu, right? Let's see, the Yin Qi path. Better yet, an extreme Yin Qi path that reverted to the extreme Yang path. Your body is tempered to the extreme, and your spirit and willpower are amongst the best I've seen. The most crucial part is you're an extremely pure body refiner. Not bad. Your only flaw is that there are too many hidden dangers in your body because of the extreme methods you use to temper it, but that's nothing the right resources cannot fix. Talents like you are what the mansion looks forward to, so you can start as an inner disciple. No, I like you, so let's give you some better treatment and start as an elite disciple. I'll think about it, Yin Zhen said calmly. It's up to you, the voice said. And you are Su Dandan? What a beautiful lady. Wow, not a single reaction. Alright, let's take a look. Blood Qi path? I can't believe some people still have the patience to take that ancient path. How intriguing. Your foundation is solid, and the same can be said about your spirit and willpower. Although nothing extraordinary, your patience and meticulous nature of walking the Blood Qi path are valued by our mansion. I think Uncle Yang Heart will like you. Your life will be set if you can get his appreciation and become his disciple. If not, you can start as an inner disciple. I understand, Su Dandan responded calmly. By the way, do you want to be my 1,234,876th concubine? No. How about my 12,574th noble concubine? Is that too low? You barely meet the requirement to be my 246th imperial concubine. That doesn't even satisfy you? Unfortunately, I'm only allowed 13 wives, and I've already got 9 of them, and you don't meet the requirements to be my wife. Su Dandan just stared at him. Unfortunately. It seems we are not fated for each other. What a shame, the voice continued. Well, this should be everyone except the peeper. Why don't you show up? Wang Wei walked into the room, looking at this nearly 3 meters man with tight martial clothes with short sleeves that displayed his bulging muscles, short hair, a handsome face with a scar over his left eye, blue hair, a gentle but confident smile, and golden earrings. You are? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1456 First meeting. I don't sense any direct threat from him, meaning his cultivation or strength is on par or weaker than mine. However, there is still a dreadful feeling when I think about killing him, so he should have a similar level of protection as Ji Qingming, Wang Wei swiftly analyzed. You are? He asked. The name is Bai Longsheng, the muscular man introduced himself. You must be Wang Wei, right? Monk said great things about you, so let's take a look. A golden hue flashed deep in his bright pupils. What a strange technique. You started with an artifact body fusion path, but updated your technique to switch to the star body path, using your acupoints. Finally, you changed into the bloodline path. Breaking the shackles of your human bloodline? So, you followed the same path as Uncle Bai Xing. But why would you use fiend gods as your target when chaos demon gods exist? Bai Longsheng shook his head. Such a pure and flawless body. How is that possible? Did you get your hands on primal heart water? That doesn't make sense since only our mansion can make it. Wait, there is more. A spirit and willpower tempered to the highest level when you were just a mortal. Are you a freak? How can someone cultivate their willpower to such a level without sufficient cultivation, body or soul? Madness, you dare use the power of nothingness, and survive? Hee, Uncle Void Origin would sell his manhood to take you as a disciple and inherit his legacy. Is that a gate of ascension? Have you already recondensed yours? That's something I haven't done. Bai Longsheng's eyes shone brightly. He had found a supreme talent, so he must bring him back to the mansion at all costs. You are the perfect candidate to cultivate the primeval body art. You must definitely join our mansion. Wang Wei looked at him with a slight frown, thinking to himself, despite his joyful and charming appearance, this man is quite arrogant, but it's not the outward arrogance displayed by someone like Ji Qingming. No, it's the kind of pride and arrogance that is deeply rooted in his bones and soul. That's why he can invade people's bodily authority without asking or caring about the consequences. To him, that's just normal or something he has the right to do because of who he is. What's the primeval body art? Wang Wei asked calmly. The best body refining cultivation in the entire chaos universe, Bai Longsheng answered directly, not hiding his confidence behind this statement. Can I assume this was the technique your founder cultivated? You can say that. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Well, thanks for the offer, but I have no plans to join your mansion. Are you sure? With your talent, you'll receive the position of true disciples, meaning you'll be treated the same as direct descendants like myself. I'm sure, Wang Wei nodded without hesitation. Can I ask why? I have my own path to follow. Bai Longsheng looked him up and down. You're quite the arrogant fellow at heart, aren't you? Do you know what kind of opportunity you're giving up? Do you know how many people would die just to glance at this technique, let alone cultivate it? Anyone with the mindset that someone else's technique is the fundamental answer to their transcendent path has no future in the first place. You're an interesting guy, Bai Longsheng chuckled, but his facial expression displayed no humor. On the contrary, the tension in the room drastically intensified. Are you looking down on my mansion's most precious technique? I never said that. But your tone indicates you view our most precious technique as something not worth your consideration. Well, it's really not, Wang Wei replied truthfully. Even if the primeval body mansion handed him the technique, he would not even look at it, at least not in his current weak self. You better watch your next words carefully, Bai Longxing warned with squinted eyes. Let me ask you something, Wang Wei said, also locking eyes at him head-on. How many true transcendents have your mansion cultivated again? Excuse you? Since you seem to think that technique is the greatest thing this universe has ever seen since the birth of Grand Tao, it must have given birth to countless true transcendents for your mansion, am I right? Bai Longxing stared at him. Am I wrong? Wang Wei smiled. Or, maybe it's common sense with anyone with decent intelligence that the path of transcendence is a personal thing, and walking in other people's shoes makes it 1,000,000 times harder for success. And even if you succeed, there is a high chance you will become the puppet of the Forerunners. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What is your mansion's true purpose in finding talents capable of cultivating this primeval body art? You have quite the imagination, Bai Longxing said calmly. And you also have quite the balls to dare slander our mansion like this. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just a lowly cultivator with a chaotic mind and big tongue, Wang Wei shrugged. Bai Longxing chuckled at his words before laughing out loud, his booming voice echoing throughout the temple. Wang Wei seamlessly started laughing with him. Their voices entangled as if they were former friends who had been through numerous trials and tribulations together. I like people like you, Bai Longxing said as he summoned a token. My offer still stands. And am open to considering it, Wang Wei smiled as he put it away. Monk, don't forget you promised me your clan's best wine. Of course, Monk nodded. Bai Longxing waved to the others before steadily walking out of the temple. Let's talk privately. Wang Wei nodded before saluting the others and stating to Su Dandan, wait for me at my mountain. She nodded and he followed Monk to a private room where the latter handed him a wine gourd after they sat down. I'm sorry about him. He seemed like a chill guy when I met him. It's fine, Wang Wei calmly said as he swallowed a mouthful of this fiery wine. The entire situation was under his control. As soon as Bai Longxing started scanning his body, he could have stopped him by slightly modifying the armor around his existence to hide his information instead of protecting him. The subsequent conversation also proceeded as such on purpose to see what kind of person he was and to see if he could bypass the latter's information protection by riling up his emotions. And Wang Wei's approach was successful. He discovered Bai Longxing's cultivation was weaker than his, but strength was probably only slightly weaker than his, at least based on aura alone. How did you meet him? I was hunting, and he approached me, Monk explained. We fought, and he read my talent like he did you and the others before introducing himself and inviting me to his palace. Then, we talked about the best body refiners we've ever fought, and I mentioned you and the others from our world, and he asked me to invite them for a meeting. I figured this might be an opportunity for our world, but I didn't expect he would react this way when he met you. 706, people like us have massive egos, so it's impossible to truly get along unless someone is willing to bow down or control themselves, Wang Wei stated calmly. You've been low-key in the trial, so I thought you would control yourself. The trial is about to descend into chaos, and I plan to take part in the action. Bai Longxing is one of the greatest variables, so I needed to know what kind of person he is to anticipate how he will act. I don't want any part of the chaos, Monk shook his head. The trial allowed him to continue tempering his body to the fifth heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm, and the Tao Tower is an excellent place to finish his Great Wisdom Sutra. So, he is not prepared to risk himself, his wife, or possibly the future of the barbarian clan in this upcoming chaos. That's not a bad approach, Wang Wei nodded. So, what are you going to do with his invitation? Monk asked. I think you know it's unwise to antagonize the primeval body mansion, but you also make a great argument. I'm greatly interested in their library, Wang Wei admitted. He had a concrete plan to open the fourth gate but still lacked the necessary knowledge to create a feasible transcendent technique. The mansion should have the most extensive body refining technique library in the Chaos universe. However, I have no desire to join them, at least, not until I've already walked my own fleshly body transcendence path. That makes sense, Monk nodded. What about you? What are you going to do? I must admit that I'm tempted, Monk said. A catastrophe is coming in our world, and having the mansion as a protective background might not be the worst thing. However, I'm also worried that their internal political systems will swallow us. That is a major decision, Wang Wei stated. Unfortunately, there is nothing much I can say or do to help you decide. I know. But if you choose to join, don't touch that primeval body art. You don't really think. The creator may not be malicious, but at his level, any connection to him might influence lower cultivators without him even noticing. So, for your safety, you better not even read that technique until you've walked your path and are confident you won't stray. I understand, Monk nodded. Regardless of his decision, he'll keep these words in mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1457 Warning Mark and the couple's new path. By Longxing teleported to his residence, which was odd by all standards for a man of his status. He did not live in some lavish palace composed of the best and rarest material of the chaos universe. No, Bai Longsheng's residence was a small forest full of ferocious beasts and a mountain with a cave he dug with his hands. The cave was simple, with a small pond, a cultivation room, and a storage room. Bai Longxing built this place because of its meaning. When he was 5, the mansion coldly sent him into this cruel world to fend for himself. For many years, he had to kill and eat these powerful and cruel blood beasts. The flesh and blood of these creatures were the best nutrients to nourish his body, polish his foundation, and awaken his bloodline/physique, but it did not change the fact he almost died from a bear when he was only 5 years old. That experience affected Bai Longxing in many ways. By the age of 15, without starting his cultivation journey, he could smash Tier 3 demons, Divine Altar Realm, with one hit and wrestle with Tier 3 demons, Supernatural, Realm 0 without much of a problem. However, strength was not the only lesson he learned in that experience. That cruel trial revealed to him that his status meant nothing without power. Bai Longxing understood what he needed to do to ensure all the rights and privileges he was afforded before his 5th birthday. He was glad he had learned his lesson since, after the trial, he had to compete with countless others to guarantee his status and rights, and the ruthlessness he acquired became one of the keys to his final victory. Bai Longxing soon arrived at his cave and sat beside the pond. Why did you warn me to back down? Acting aggressively would have revealed more information and affected your image, said a deep and rough voice. That's it? No. More importantly, he has a warning mark on him. Warning mark? Isn't that something these transcendent factions would leave on their descendants to warn each other? Bai Longxing frowned. All right, he has a connection to some transcendent. Why would we care? The warning reached the level we had to care about. How high are we speaking of? The ceiling of the chaos universe. Are there people on that level besides Grand Dao? Bai Longxing asked. Who knows, the voice answered. The world is vast, and even our mansion only knows so much. Bai Longxing contemplated. Do you think I would lose to him? Why do you care? The voice answered. The question is, why were you acting so out of character? The voice knew Bai Longxing was naturally calm and scheming, that's how he could achieve today's status. However, he was overly aggressive toward Wang Wei and even offended him. Didn't you hear the news about Bai Longxiang? Bai Longxing replied. I've been annoyed ever since I heard about it. More importantly, that bastard reminded me of the other unpleasant bastard. Bai Longxing caressed the scar over his left eye. It's been so long, and you were the final victor, the voice encouraged him. Is he really dead? Bai Longxing muttered before shaking his head. Don't think I didn't notice you didn't answer my question. If you consider aura alone, you only have a 30% chance of victory. However, your technique should be more refined than his by miles, and your actual chances of victory should be close to 80%. But? Bai Longxing asked, sensing more. He's a Dao overlord, and his Fate Dao is known for its versatility, change, and adaptability. If you don't win the fight as soon as possible, he'll steal your technique to improve his, and your chances of winning will decrease to 40% or less. That bastard Ji Qingming should have already laid the foundation for him to know the importance of superior techniques, Bai Longxing said with squinting eyes. I should warn you that you currently need more allies, not enemies. I know, Bai Longxing nodded before closing his eyes. What do you think? Mu Lei said as he sat opposite his wife, their hands clasped together as they gazed intently at each other. I think you should join, Tong Ruobing replied without hesitation. You said it as if it were so simple. But it is. Mu Lei sighed. I talked to Yin General, he said while he's tempted. That meeting has instead ignited his desire to push our true essence lineage to the level of the mansion. I have to say, I'm inclined to agree with him. Those two are not mutually exclusive. You can use the mansion's resources to reach the level to push the true essence lineage to a higher level. Oh, honey, don't act so obtuse. Do you think the mansion would just watch a faction under them reach the same level as them? Do you think we can use their resources without being drawn into their dispute and maybe destroy ourselves in the process? I know this, Tong Ruobing sighed. But things are different now. Everyone already has an inkling that something significant will happen once the lock is broken, and we must prepare. The primeval body mansion can be our backup safety measure. Mu Lei mulled over these words. Tell me honestly, what is this about? What are you really thinking? Honestly, I'm tired of always being one step behind Wang Wei. Everything seemed to be about him in one way or another. This is how things are when someone is the most brilliant star of an entire era or more, Mu Lei replied. The golden era had Wu Hong, and now, their era had Wang Wei, meaning it was a common thing for someone to outshine everyone else in the cultivation world. They had it worse since they had to grow with Wang Wei while most of the powerhouses had reached their full potential during Wu Hong's rise, leaving only a few who were jealous or wanted her for themselves. Well, I'm tired of it, Tong Ruobing said. I want to be the shining star, and the mansion might be the boost we need. But what if Wang Wei also joins the mansion? You saw their clash of ego yourself, Tong Ruobing replied by shaking her head. Not to mention Wang Wei's mindset is more similar to Yin Zhen, the man was loyal to his sect, and with his arrogance, Tong Ruobing did not see how he would join another faction. Even if you are right, do you think my joining can truly help us? Mu Lei countered. Bai Longxing said it himself, I would only be a regular member. You don't have to worry about that. Oh. Tong Ruobing took out a blueprint. You remember how I started tempering my body after losing the Heaven Will battle? I remember you refusing my suggestion and started using the power Grand Dao source to temper your flesh. It's a faster and more efficient method, so why wouldn't I use it? Tong Ruobing rebutted. Anyways, I recently learned that the Heaven Opening Emperor, one of the primal of the Myriad Clan Union, cultivated Power Dao and the true Power Dao realm. I thought maybe you could do the same and have been researching. You found his secret? No, but I think I may have found an alternative method, Tong Ruobing explained. Your body is like a universe, right? Mu Lei nodded. After reaching the true essence lineage, he changed his cultivation technique to the same one as the body ancestor. He collapsed his colossal beast star body into different aspects of the universe, like the stars, suns, moons, protective films, etc. In other words, Mu Lei's real body is no longer as enormous, but every inch of his flesh now contains the power of a universe. My plan is simple, Tong Ruobing said. I will refine these power talismans for you to include in your body, and the talismans will resonate with the power Grand Dao source to give you additional boosts and access to the power Dao. Mu Lei frowned, but you do understand that if the aura of the talismans infects me, I will lose my true power Dao realm. No, my body would instinctively reject it in the first place. Not if the talismans are an artifact, which is considered a foreign object. Mu Lei's eyes lit up before they diminished. That would work, but it's still a foreign object that can be taken away or tampered with. That's where the issue comes in, Tong Ruobing explained. The best way to solve this problem is to change your Proving Dao artifact to combine Thunder Dao with Power Dao, but you understand the consequences. Mu Lei did. Changing his main Dao can have severe consequences, including the possibility of never improving again. In other words, if he follows this plan, his emperor/chi path would have to be completely abandoned as he focused on his essence/body tempering path. This plan may be feasible, Mu Lei uttered. It would not be a big deal if he were no longer a chi refiner. He was only double cultivated in the first place because he was not fond of how little time emperor tier body refiners had to live before opening the gate of power. Now that he no longer had to worry about his lifespan, abandoning the chi path to increase his potential in the essence path was not too big of a sacrifice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1458 Death News. How is Dulgun? Wang Wei asked, changing the topic. She's preparing for her battle taboo realm, Monk said with a smile. Oh. What method did she use? The clan prepared a purple qilin for her, Monk explained. Purple qilin? If I remember correctly, these creatures like to give all kinds of blessings to different people, including mortals, Wang Wei stated. Purple qilin were also known as good fortune qilin due to their ability to bless people with luck and wealth. However, this qilin breed had many kinds of blessings, including improvement in the cultivation realm or battle strength. That's right, Monk nodded. They matched perfectly with her Dao, so the clan chose them. The plan is to raise the qilin to the Paragon realm, and then Dulgun will use their soul connection to slowly absorb it into her existence. That's not a bad method, but she should be careful, Wang Wei warned. Even if the creature is bound to her, the instinct to survive will kick in once it's on the verge of death. If she's not careful, she might be swallowed instead. We know, and that's why we are taking our time. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. Well, send her my best regards. The two chatted for a few more hours before Wang Wei left. He had a meeting with Su Dandan at his mountain, and she waited patiently for his return. Do you know why I wanted to talk to you? Wang Wei asked as he invited her to sit opposite him. It should be about the primeval body mansion, Su Dandan replied calmly. Continue. Do you want me to join? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. Our world is about to experience a catastrophe, meaning it's time for our sect to prepare an exit strategy in case we face extinction. Su Dandan frowned after hearing these words. Do you think I'm overreacting? Our sect is one of the most powerful overlords. How can we face extinction? You're now an inextinguishable paragon, so there are certain things you can be privy to, Wang Wei stated before condensing an information talisman to briefly explain the threat the world will soon face. Su Dandan's facial expression became graver with each passing second she read the information. I didn't expect so many secrets and mysteries to be involved, she exclaimed. The chaos and danger is an opportunity for us, but we also need to prepare for the worst, and that's where the mansion will come in. Su Dandan took a deep breath. I have no problem joining the mansion. She was part of the sect and was willing to contribute however she could. But do I have to, you know? Oh, no, you don't have to marry Bai Longsheng. In fact, the last thing we want is for you to be so involved with him, Wang Wei immediately stated. That's a relief, she uttered under her breath. Bai Longsheng might be handsome, charismatic, powerful, and from the best background in the Chaos universe. However, Su Dandan found it a major turn-off that he had over 1 million wives and concubines. Your objective in joining the mansion is for the sect's future, so the last thing we want is for you to get drawn into their internal competition, Wang Wei warned. After you get there, you must put the sect's benefit above anything else. No matter what decision you make, even if it means decreasing your opportunity, you must consider how it will affect the sect. If you can't decide, contact me, and I will help you analyze the pros and cons. I understand. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes. I know this is unfair to you, but what you have to understand is our sect has the potential to reach the level of the mansion. However, we are young and still have many things to overcome before we get there. So, no matter how many opportunities you'll miss, remember that the sect will make it up for you one day. I know when to sacrifice for the greater good, Su Dandan replied. Good, Wang Wei praised. When do I leave? It's best to leave after the lock, Wang Wei stated. Although Su Dandan could leave with Bai Longxing during the trial, he felt it would be best to wait until she met the ancestors before leaving. The ancestors are a greater voice of authority for someone like Su Danda, so their brainwashing should be more effective than anything he says to her today. One more thing, Wang Wei added. Once the ancestors return, they should authorize all clans to condense their fiend god bloodline. Bai Longxing values you because of your pure path, so don't immediately condense your bloodline. Instead, wait until you reach the mansion and have a master to consult whether this path suits you. I will. The conversation ended, and Wang Wei went about his business. 3,000 years passed, and in this duration, his cultivation reached the fifth heaven, his body refining reached the fifth heaven of the elder fiend god realm, and he spent thousands of years fighting against the absolute killer. Something is wrong, Wang Wei thought after dying again. In the past 1,000 years, he has improved his skill to survive more than a year against this absolute killer, which was a drastic improvement given that he could only survive half an hour before. However, this man was too powerful for him to overcome after even 1,000 years. There are two possibilities, Wang Wei thought. First, these bastard spirits have raised his ability to ensure I continue using points. Secondly, I'm missing a piece of key information on how to defend against him. The absolute killer existed in the Soul Age, which is an unofficial age as that period is more classified as the early period of the Paragon Age. I don't believe that in all this time, talents like my wife or my ancestors have not created a method to counter the absolute killer's ability. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if the Heart Desire Palace created a method to avenge the humiliation their ancestors faced at this man's hands. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The answer to this question was probably a combination of both. These spirits definitely increased the difficulty, but Wang Wei was also missing something. After the lock, the wife should continue training me. Better yet, I should probably learn from all the ancestors. Wang Wei looked in the distance as it was time for him to leave. The competition had ended, and the spirits had already contacted him that there would be a ceremony before the end of the trial. Additionally, Xianxia has been contacting him non-stop to refine that artifact for him, but Wang Wei has been purposely delaying. The trial should end in less than 10,000 years. It's time to prepare, he muttered before leaving the battle tower. As soon as he returned to his residence, Red Mask materialized to give him a summary of everything he missed. So much bad news. Wang Wei exclaimed slightly. The first thing on the list was that Xianxia failed her immeasurable tribulation and died. The poor girl, Wang Wei sighed, but he was not too surprised. Xianxia lost her resolve after reuniting her family, so it was understandable she would die in the tribulation. However, the following news of death surprised him. I didn't think Hong Miling wouldn't make it, Wang Wei uttered. I wonder how the future wife will take it. Although Wu Hong never showed it, he did appreciate her somewhat. She just wanted her to meet a certain standard before pouring all her intentions into Hong Miling. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. Yi Dafa's wife is dead? Wang Wei was immediately suspicious after hearing that news. Yi Dafa's wife, the noble serpent empress, had one of the most unique bloodlines among demons, the Nine Serpent Monarch bloodline. With the right resources and training, she should be one of the most powerful demons in existence. So, how could she die under the immeasurable tribulation? She was young and had to rush to the peak of Empyrean, but Yi Dafu and the demon race should have warned her. Plus, it's hard for someone with her destiny to die during a tribulation unless something goes wrong, Wang Wei muttered. He was now more convinced that Yi Dafu had somehow inherited Sun Wukong's spirit and fate was guiding him to wreak havoc in the underworld. Wang Wei shook his head and continued reading as more people died. He stopped since the following list involved his people. The first person he had lost was the flesh demon. The latter failed his true power Dao tribulation and turned into dust. It's a shame, Wang Wei sighed. He had successfully molded the flesh demon into an ambitious body refiner. Now, everything was gone. The greater shame is Yang Guowai's death, he sighed. The latter had just entered his servitude, and he even granted him a paragon pill to heal his mother. Yet, his investment failed before getting any benefit/reward. And I still have to bring the news to his mother, Wang Wei grunted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1459 Things are in motion. Poor woman, Wang Wei sighed. Her husband was a jealous, controlling jerk who died miserably. And now, her son is gone. I hope she takes the news well. Wang Wei continued overviewing the information. The people from the Divine Faith Haven were gone. Most of them were assassinated before even having the opportunity to enter the Tribulation Tower. The rest of their people had their trial tampered with by Red Mask to ensure they died during the immeasurable tribulation. In other words, it will be virtually impossible to detect whether someone did it. The Divine Faith Haven should expect assassination attempts, but they could not fathom someone messing with the tribulation. Of course, they will suspect something when all their members die, but the tribulation should have wiped out all signs of tempering. The other victims Wang Wei learned about were Paragon Jimin's people. Old Ma successfully became a regular paragon, but the others died. Another sad victim was Rune, the girl with the emperor bone physique. The girl was only a great emperor, but she somehow came here with the Souther Chu dynasty to participate in the trial. She entered the Empyrean realm with record pace but died during the tribulation. Is this backlash for the Earth Emperor's actions? Wang Wei thought. The parasites did so much damage, so it's not out of the ordinary that their descendants paid the price for their actions. However, it's hard to say since the third prince is perfectly fine. It's probably more the fact she rushed her cultivation, resulting in a shaky foundation. Rune could have taken the time to try to awaken her physique. Although rare, there have been records of the Emperor physique awakening a second and third time, resulting in heavenly Tao granting the owner heaven wills to use without becoming a heaven will emperor or any repercussions. Unfortunately, Rune seemed in a hurry, resulting in her untimely death. The last news of death Wang Wei received was from his sect. Among the 9 people he brought, 4 died, and 5 succeeded. Of course, there is also Xianxia, who became a paragon. 6 out of 10 is not bad, he commented. And if he considered himself, their final statistic was 7 out of 11. Wang Wei moved on to other significant news, putting all these deaths behind him. Transcendent factions captured Hufeng Huang, Ao Shen, Jin Biyu, and Jian Wushuang. That's right, Red Mask nodded. These factions had no interest in those casual cultivators and targeted people from high backgrounds. A few successfully escaped, but those were not so lucky. Those people were quiet before but starting to move now, meaning my conjecture was right. They are about to take action, Wang Wei commented with a furrowed brow. He pondered briefly before asking his next question. What do you mean by putting Emperor Cong's name in the same place as this news? He has been contacting the other lineages to plan a rescue mission, Red Mask stated. I'm aware, Wang Wei replied. Her briefing included such information. His behavior is odd, Red Mask emphasized. Because he didn't contact me? That's right, she nodded. His character profile indicated that in such a situation, he would contact you first to get a feeling of what you plan to do. However, this time, he moved on and was very active. Now he's a paragon, it's normal for him to be more confident and treat me with more caution, Wang Wei uttered calmly. However, his behavior has strained away enough from the standard to warrant paying attention. Do you want me to observe him closely? Red Mask asked. Not now, Wang Wei replied. I see. Then, what about the kidnapped participants? They cannot fall in these people's hands, even if we have to silence them, we must not allow that to happen, Wang Wei stated calmly. With these transcendent factions, it's only a matter of time before they break through heavenly Daos, history lock, and these kidnapped participants know too much information about the world and, more importantly, about him. You can aid Cong in his rescue mission, but do it quietly without being noticed. As you wish, but what should I do if he fails? Then, I'll decide whether to rescue them myself or eliminate them. Red Mask nodded, and Wang Wei continued his reading. There was nothing much of value left. The poison demoness, Jiaping, and the flame blacksmith had successfully become paragons, increasing Wang Wei's cards. The last thing he needed to take notice of was the final result of the competition. Xianxia and Emperor Cong took the 2 spots in the 4th heaven, Lin Fan and Wang Fushuan took 1 position each from the 3rd heaven, and Sun Juniao took 1 place in the 2nd heaven. A few of his acquaintances decided to take it slow and even started their battle taboo journey instead. No one from these transcendent factions appeared on the list. Things are slowly but surely intensifying, Wang Wei muttered as he placed the talisman away. He looked at Red Mask. How is your infiltration task going? I have chosen the loose cultivators to use as incubators to infiltrate these foreign chaos worlds. And you're confident your method will not be detected? Wang Wei asked. I've added the Heaven Deception Array to my methods. I've even tested it on these transcendent factions, and so far, they haven't detected anything yet. Good work, but you should not be cocky. I won't make such low mistakes. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me your plan in detail. I've planted seeds in these loose cultivators that can summon our fate shadow guards to their chaos worlds, Red Mask explained. Once they arrive, their objective will be to create a communication base to ensure your soul network can function smoothly in these worlds without interruption or detection. Wang Wei nodded. His soul network will be the best way for him to spy on these worlds and keep himself up to date for the upcoming catastrophe. And with these bases, he doesn't have to spend countless yuan epochs to establish a connection with one world. What about the chaos worlds of these transcendent factions? When they are slightly distracted toward this trial, I will send my best agents to build bases with the Heaven Deception Array to ensure we are not detected. No, I can't trust anyone else with this mission, you must do it yourself. But Lord, who will serve you if I'm gone? The Xia clan will serve me in your absence, Wang Wei said. Plus, I have another objective for sending you out. I understand. This is what you need to know and do for your mission. Wang Wei pointed at her brow to send the information directly into her mind. Red Mask bowed before disappearing into the shadow. Wang Wei mulled over his next plan, including preparation for the immediate future after the trial. Then, he summoned 2 people. Lord, the Poison Demoness and the Flame Blacksmith saluted. The 2 came amongst the loose cultivators, making this meeting their first since the trial's start. You did not disappoint me, Wang Wei praised. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity, the Demoness said sincerely. Meanwhile, the Flame Blacksmith cupped his hands to show respect and thanks. I merely provide you with an opportunity, it's your talent and ability that you could seize it, Wang Wei replied casually. Enough with the formalities. I need you guys to do something for me. Wang Wei handed them a talisman containing designs, or better yet, requirements, for a weapon and a poison. Can you do it? Under normal circumstances, this would be way out of my capabilities, the Flame Blacksmith analyzed. However, as you suggested, with the trial's unique power, should be able to succeed. It's the same for me, the Poison Demoness added with shining eyes. As a poison master, she enjoyed nothing more than creating powerful but potent poison. And if she can refine this poison, it will be her greatest masterpiece. Tell me what you need, Wang Wei asked. I heard you can exchange materials in the new refining tower, so I will need a significant amount of points, the Flame Blacksmith replied without hesitation. I need to experiment before refining this level of poisons, so I will also need a lot of points, the Demoness added. I'll take care of everything, Wang Wei reassured them before immediately investing the remaining points he had as the first investment. Then, he breathed in relief as he watched them leave. With them, the plan to eliminate the block has a higher chance of success. Wang Wei left his mountain to check on the princess of the refining tower. As expected, Xianxia had left him a secret message. The latter was getting impatient. Wang Wei shamelessly asked him for points to finance his 2 employees, trying to reduce the cost he had to bear. He returned to his hunt after leaving the message. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know if report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1460 The tipping point is approaching, unedited chapter. Xianxia begrudgingly paid the money, allowing Wang Wei to reduce his hunting time by a decent margin. Then, he headed directly to the refining tower, paying for the best room. Wang Wei found himself floating on top of a volcano, sitting cross-legged with a screen projection before him, scrolling through their lists of materials. "It's pretty extensive," Wang Wei commented. Wuhang's library contained knowledge from the entire Chaos universe, allowing Wang Wei to recognize most of the things on the list. Unfortunately, he never finished reading everything in the library, and there were also new discoveries and creations since Wuhang last updated her library. Luckily, there were descriptions of the materials sold. The list of spiritual herbs seemed limited, Wang Wei noticed before sneering. He instantly deduced why. These spirits wanted people to use their trials to increase their strength, not rare herbs or pills. So, they added herbs that can be used to create poisons or destructive type pills instead of the ones that can nourish the body and soul. Wang Wei shook his head before choosing the materials he needed. However, he did not only buy the materials for Xianxia's artifacts. He purchased materials for 3 artifacts, including a few rare ones for his Proving Dao artifact. He did not waste time and activated the Heaven Deception Array he placed in this room. He did not trust these spirits, so he hid the information on whatever he refined in the tower. Wang Wei changed the environment into a world of white flame. He then snapped his finger to manifest a projection of a library representing all the knowledge he had acquired. Books or scrolls rushed from the library into the flame, slowly turning it into the color green. After the flame transformation ended, Wang Wei placed an ore at the center of the flame that resembled a black ostrich egg. The skill ore, also called the knowledge absorber steel, was the core of Xianxia's artifact since Wang Wei wanted the artifact to have the same ability as his technique. He could have used regular flames to melt it, but Wang Wei's refining Grand Dao source was only in the Emperor realm, meaning he needed innovative ways to bring out the full effect of the materials. While the skill ore melted, Wang Wei focused on the other primary materials. The first was the magnifying wood, which will work with the skill ore to ensure the artifact accomplishes the task of observing the existence. The second was the silent crystal, which would reduce the chances of others noticing the spying. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei would have not put this material in, but since he chose an alliance with Xianxia, he decided to be generous. The third primary material is the order disorder sand, allowing him to place certain conditions on the artifact. Wang Wei added this thing to prevent Xianxia from breaking down the artifact to learn his technique. Although their contract stated this was not allowed, Wang Wei also wanted to put in a backup measure in case he was betrayed. Wang Wei had to create separate environments to melt these primary materials while he dealt with the secondary materials the old-fashioned way. Then, he proceeded to the second stage of the refining by condensing a cauldron with his Proving Dao artifact. He fused these ores together before molding them into the shape of an eye. This process should have taken Yuan epochs, but as is the theme of this trial, the tower made everybody's life easier by accelerating everything. Wang Wei then moved to the third step, rune engraving. He chose a simple path for this process since his refining level would limit his achievements by engraving the observation rune and the heaven rune. He did not even use the method most non-refiners used when making an artifact called stacking. Stacking is based on using numbers to make up for the quality. In other words, Wang Wei should have engraved billions, if not more, of these 2 runes to make up for his Grand Dao source. However, he did this because he had another approach. What Wang Wei lacked in ability or technique, he made up for his affinity for the power of the Grand Dao source. The next step of the refining process was the nourishment of the Grand Dao source, and that's Wang Wei's expertise. He siphoned an unparalleled amount of power from the source to nourish his 2 runes, allowing them to reach a decent quality level among Paragon artifacts. Finally, Wang Wei calmly watched the artifact experience its tribulation. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, but Wang Wei never interfered. The limited consciousness he provided the artifact activated, and it fought for its life. Luckily, Wang Wei was a typical cultivator of the Eternal Ascension world and did not create an artifact spirit. Otherwise, the artifact would have an additional tribulation called the Spirit Nurturing Tribulation. Maybe Xianxia will build an artifact soul and deal with that tribulation, but by then, this will no longer be Wang Wei's problem. The clouds in the sky disappeared, and the black eye with silver designs slowly floated to his palm. A level of 95% and an excellent quality. It's not too bad. Paragon artifacts are rated based on which cultivation realm can utilize their full potential and standard quality of inferior, mediocre, normal, good, excellent, perfection, and ultimate. Wang Wei waved his hand and teleported the artifact away to the Dao Tower. As the first on the list, he had the power to use 2 towers at once. Wang Wei would not pass this chance by, so he left a clone in the Dao Tower to use its power to analyze Ji Chengming's techniques and update his own. Once he's done, Xianxia can enter the first room and take his artifact. However, Wang Wei was not finished. No, he immediately started refining a second artifact. He even activated all his Grand Dao boosts to ensure he was at his best to refine this artifact. For the first step of this artifact, he summoned the River of Time's projection, using countless destiny and fate-related materials, along with materials that complemented the Heaven Deception Array. However, it was apparent he was not using them to improve his Proving Dao artifact. Additionally, Wang Wei created an artifact spirit, and he modeled it after some aspects of his existence, including the parts about his fate seed status. Wang Wei held the artifact that resembled a seed in his palm, and his eyes shone with brilliant light. 100% and excellent. It seems I can't achieve perfection without the right Dao. He shook his head before putting it away. He left the tower, immediately calculating how long had passed. More than 7,000 years, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the sky. They are about to move. Everything looked ordinary on the surface, but he detected turbulence in the River of Fate, which signaled the upcoming turmoil. Wang Wei knew time was of the essence, so he teleported home. As usual, Red Mask showed up to report to him. There is nothing much to report except for a few people's success. I see, Wang Wei nodded. How is Cong doing? He's waiting for the chaos to erupt to enact his plan. That's a smart move, Wang Wei nodded. How are your preparations? Everything is ready. With one word, I can depart. Good. You only need to do one more thing for me. Once you're done, leave immediately, Wang Wei said as he transferred the knowledge into her mind with his divine sense. Red Mask bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei contacted the surviving members of his sect. He uttered as he looked at one of the survivors. Her name was Tang Lihua. The Tang clan had a fascinating history. Their ancestors were once the leaders of the Eternal Dream sect, one of the Dao Opening sect's most loyal allies in the lower dimension. Their clan was on the verge of extinction, and the sect intervened to save them. The rulers of the Eternal Dream sect then decided to merge into the Dao Opening sect, becoming one of the main clans. Wang Wei noticed Tang Lihua because he realized she attempted Battle Taboo Realm and failed, just like Wang Teshuan. However, despite her failure, she also came close, and her foundation was more solid than ever. She did not have that level of prospect, Wang Wei contemplated and immediately read her fate line to learn the truth. Tang Lihua killed a loose cultivator and discovered a dream technique that was very suitable for her. This technique was created by someone who wanted to enter the Battle Taboo Realm and failed. Tang Lihua thought she could succeed and tried. Is she lucky, or is this a trap? Wang Wei observed her existence, and as expected, it was a trap. He waved his hand, and she flew to him. He pressed numerous acupoints around her body, and Tang Lihua fell on the floor, crying in agony. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1461. An important target. Su Dandan, Xia Shaolai, and the remaining survivors looked at Tang Lihua on the floor in shock, wondering what she did to piss off the primal seed. They also asked whether such a cruel punishment was necessary, given how harsh her screaming voice was. However, Wang Wei did not explain his actions, despite the fact they raised the tension in the room. Then, after a few minutes of wrangling her body in agony, Tang Lihuan opened her mouth to cough out a black gas. Wang Wei was ready and immediately sealed it inside a cube barrier, neutralizing it. He observed closely as the gas slowly transformed into a black and blue caterpillar. Isn't that the first stage of a source dream butterfly? Someone asked. Source Dream Butterfly was a spirit creature born from the power of dreams. It's considered the best companion for dream and nightmare Daos cultivators as it can boost their cultivation and aid them in battles. No, this is not just an ordinary Source Dream Butterfly, Wang Wei muttered. Someone modified it to serve as a parasitic entity. But why? Su Dandan asked. Do they want to infiltrate our sect? Wang Wei did not answer her since her analysis was the most surface level. This butterfly was one of these transcendent factions' responses to his history lock. The lock prevented information leakage to foreign entities and not citizens of the Eternal Ascension world. The butterfly's purpose was to slowly analyze Tang Lihua's existence, under the guise of helping her cultivate. Once the butterfly understood enough, it could mask itself as a citizen of the Eternal Ascension world and learn any information from Tang Lihua without her even noticing or the lock taking effect. I knew these factions had a way to bypass the lock, but I didn't expect them to come up with it so soon, Wang Wei thought. The situation was more dire than he thought. He knew it was only a matter of time before these factions learned about the Eternal Ascension world situation, but he felt he had more time than this. Wang Wei shifted his gaze to these people, checking all of their existence. Luckily, it seemed Tang Lihua was the only one targeted. Listen, Wang Wei said calmly. From now on, do not trust any fortunate encounter you have. If something good happens to you, report it to the sect for someone to check. Understand? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes asking whether this was necessary. Forget it, Wang Wei said. After I return, everyone will be checked. There will also be new rules about reporting your fortunate encounter. The situation was about to change and now was no time to be careless. So, Wang Wei decided to target the problem from the core and change the sect's rules. But the sect's rules have always been personal fortunate encounters belonging to the individual, someone said. But the sect's rules have always been personal fortunate encounters belonging to the individual, someone said. No one is asking you to hand over your encounter. The sect will only check your body to ensure someone was not treating you as pawns, Wang Wei explained calmly. He also realized he needed to refine a second artifact to hand over to the sect. Otherwise, he'll waste a lot of time with security measures. But our sect is about to experience a catastrophe, and this level of caution and security is required, Su Dandan cut in. You need to change your mindset and start thinking of the overall situation. Indeed, a few of these people have not changed their mindset. Now that they were paragons, they were the grand elders of the sect, and their mode of thinking needs to change. Alright, there will be plenty of time for you to adapt, Wang Wei said. I called you here for something else. It's time for you to leave. You mean now? Immediately? Yan Jia asked. Yes, Wang Wei nodded. He immediately noticed some of them had their own reservations and understood why. Although the competition ended, some of these people were also body refiners and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reach the fifth heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm. The trial is no longer safe, meaning it's time for you to leave. The Dao opening sect participants did not argue with him since he was the leader. Even if some of them had grown a little arrogant after becoming paragons, they knew what kind of monster they were facing without Wang Wei doing anything. The next step is to check on the remaining survivors, Wang Wei thought. He used his soul network to meet with all the surviving members of the Eternal Ascension world. Officially, this meeting was to warn them to leave early since the chaos was coming. However, his real objective was looking for people whose existence was secretly tampered with. And, as expected, he found more than 7 individuals. Wang Wei did not immediately deal with these people. Instead, he secretly placed his acupoint technique on their bodies and delayed the activation until they returned home. He did not want to alarm the enemy by removing all their spies with such swift movement. Alright, it's finally time to get to my business, Wang Wei thought before teleporting to a temple in the corner of the safety zone. The temple was located the furthest distance from the most populated area, and it released the power of a formation that made people instinctively ignore it. The temple was built with gray marble material and pillars all around. The first thing Wang Wei noticed was the statues and engravings, which all involved the river of fate or people worshipping it. At the top of the temple was a single blind eye, which was the symbol of the all-seeing temple. A bit on the nose, isn't it? Wang Wei thought before activating the Heaven Deception Array engraved in his sea of consciousness to the limit. Then, he casually walked through this temple's defense. All the arrays and defensive protections were deceived and thought he did not exist. So, Wang Wei casually strolled through this temple, heading directly to the room where he sensed the sign of life. "Damn these bastards from the Eternal Ascension world," said an elderly woman. Wang Wei saw she was looking at a mirror with gritted teeth while swallowing pills like crazy. From the residual aura in the room, he deduced she had just attempted to divine information about the Eternal Ascension world and failed, suffering some level of backlash in the process. "I don't believe I can't crack your method," the elderly woman said with gritted teeth. A third eye appeared on her forehead as she jammed her fingers into her heart, drawing 5 drops of golden blood. "I can't have you dying or weakening." "Who's there?" The elderly woman turned her head before stumbling 5 steps back. She saw what could only be described as the embodiment of nothingness, an all-encompassing force that is the origin of all things and the end of all Taos. Wang Wei slowly approached her, and with a thought, the golden blood returned to her body. He then summoned the previously crafted seed artifact before planting it inside her body. "Done," he muttered as he watched the seed fuse with her on a fundamental level. Wang Wei has been worrying about the all-fate calamity prophecy, planning how he can increase his chances of not being discovered. He created many plans, including putting an act with the Heaven Deception Array that he had lost his fate Tao. He also planned on using the Paradox Ceremony to change the information people knew about him. However, he ultimately decided that these plans were too complicated and could, in fact, increase his suspicions instead of decreasing them. After a long process of elimination, he finally concocted a plan. The core of his issue is the prophecy, so he decided to start from there. He decided to add his own prophecy to protect himself and point people in the wrong direction. "Let's see what the all-seeing temple is about," Wang Wei muttered as he reviewed the information he got from the elderly woman. Firstly, her name is Grandma Ju, and she became a paragon. Her status in the temple was elevated from second class to first class seer. If she can become a peak paragon, she can become a supreme class seer, and above that is the primal seer. However, in the temple, there is only one primal seer, and she's the one who made the all-heaven fate calamity. "That means I will have to raise her to be a primal paragon," Wang Wei complained. Grandma Ju's cultivation was only 91%, which was a long way to go. The good news is she was now linked to Wang Wei through the artifact, so it should not be an issue to swiftly manipulate her to reach that level as long as he reaches it too. "I wanted to spread a new prophecy as soon as possible. I guess that's impossible unless I could secretly take down that primal seer," he thought while shaking his head. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1462. Someone made the first move. Wang Wei continued reviewing the knowledge or information he received from Grandma Ju's soul. Many had restrictions, and although he could remove them, it was best to do it slowly to prevent accidents. The all-seeing temple has existed for a long time, and its influence is known throughout most of the chaos universe. The amount of information they've had access to is unimaginable. They will be another source of information, Wang Wei contemplated before continuing. These guys are filthy rich. The temple is known for asking exorbitant prices, allowing them to amass a fortune during their long existence. Why hasn't anyone slaughtered these guys? Their temple only had one primal paragon, so why hasn't anyone been interested in their wealth or information? If it was before the ultimate taboo, reputation could protect them, but now. The temple has helped many people, so when in danger, they could have asked for help, and numerous factions would gladly help to repay their karma. However, after the ultimate taboo, the game has changed, and there are beings who could ignore both the physical and societal rules. Wang Wei searched the memories and found something. It's not even a secret, as the all-seeing temple released the news as a deterrent to the world. Their temple has something called the Fate Ring of Punishment. In their early days, their founder knew they wanted to build a faction for diviners or seers from across the chaos universe. The founder also knew that even Paragon Realm diviners had to pay a price for certain divination, so they created this fate ring to bear the brunt of most backlash. Over the years, the fate ring has absorbed backlash from countless seers, turning into a potent, fate weapon, that even transcendents must be weary of. Punishment from fate, Wang Wei muttered. He reckoned these half-step transcendents were not so much afraid of the power of this fate ring but the implication. If they get hit by it, they might survive, but the thing would leave a mark on them, a mark that the river of fate would use to control or mess with them. This fate ring operated similar to how karmic sins used to during the mortal stage of cultivation, except at an even higher level. These half-step transcendents have broken off from the rules and restrictions of the chaos universe, so the last thing they would want was to garner the ire of the river of fate. And it's not just the river of fate, Wang Wei pondered. There is also the fate cardinal. He would not be surprised if, in the history of the all-seeing temple, a transcendent has tried something, and the fate cardinal used that as an excuse to turn them into a pawn. However, this ring is good news for me, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. While the backlash was a punishment to most others, it was the best nourishment for someone like him, especially if he was prepared. However, I'm not the only one. Wang Wei could think of a few others who could ignore this fate backlash, including other fate seeds. However, his greatest worry is the person with the fate Grand Dao position. The question is, why haven't those guys taken action yet? He did not believe he was the only one thirsting for the temple's information network or their wealth. I should be on the lookout, Wang Wei decided. He finished her memories before coming up with a preliminary plan on how to convincingly map out Grandma Just Rise in the temple without suspicion. She had a master, who was a supreme seer, hence why she was the one granted the opportunity to attend the trial. However, the temple is like any other faction with people, meaning competition and strife are abundant. Grandma Ju might be punished once her mission fails, making it harder for Wang Wei's plan to come to fruition. Something should happen in this trial that is valuable enough to use as information. Let's use that to offset the mission's failure, he thought. Wang Wei took one last glance at Grandma Ju, checking for any problems with the artifact and the fusion. He checked his connection to the artifact spirit since it would be the medium through which they could communicate. Everything looks set, he muttered before disappearing from the temple. Grandma Ju continued his actions of weakening herself for divination before rushing to the life tower to save herself. Meanwhile, Wang Wei returned to the refining tower to make the second, existence-observing artifact. 1,500 years passed, and the artifact had long been refined. Wang Wei was using the Dao Tower and the Battle Tower to improve his skill. He suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He did not hesitate to absorb his clone before leaving the tower. There were plenty of participants, and there remained another 1,500 years before the trial officially ended. Most of the Eternal Ascension World's participants left after Wang Wei's warnings, but a few stayed for different reasons. Wang Wei looked in Emperor Cong's home, which was a scroll library. He seems ready, Wang Wei thought before focusing his attention. He had to wait another month before something occurred. Someone appeared in the sky to manifest a black pagoda shining brightly with stars and the power of mystery. The pagoda released an intense aura that sent chills down Wang Wei's spine. Numerous participants were forced onto the ground, embarrassing themselves before their peers. That aura, Wang Wei thought, trying to remember where he had sensed it before. Given his memory and potent soul, this should have been an easy task, but it took him a few seconds to remember. The stargazing pavilion, Old Man Tianji was the first to make the move. Wang Wei slowly teleported away from the central area where the pagoda was located. Then, he watched as the towering artifact crashed on the trial with the explicit intention of destruction. However, the destruction he expected did not arrive. Instead, a light golden barrier manifested in the sky and blocked the pagoda. That pagoda should be a genuine half-step transcendent artifact, and yet, it was so easily blocked, Wang Wei observed with squinted eyes. He did not utter a word nor move but continued observing. As expected, more people started moving as 3 more weapons manifested in the sky, putting more pressure on the trial. Then, Sir Lu appeared. Dear participants, there have been slight hiccups with the trial, so we will have to cut things short, the spirit said with a smile. He appeared calm, as if there were not four entities beyond words beyond simple description trying to annihilate them. You already know the final winners, so let's just hand over the prize, Sir Lu continued, and with a wave of his hand, countless motes of lights flew in different directions. Wang Wei looked at the 5 tokens in his hand, shaking his head. If the trial is destroyed, these things will be useless. Now, if you would please head to the nearest portals near you, Sir Lu continued as portals appeared in different trial areas. Countless people flew to these portals, running as if their lives depended on it. The aura of one of those artifacts was too much for most of them, so they did not want to wait around to see the outcome. Of course, Wang Wei did not leave, and he was not the only one. Many people were brave or stupid enough to wait for the outcome, thinking they could use this opportunity for themselves. As soon as most participants left, cracks started manifesting everywhere in the trial. So, they can't hold on already? Wang Wei thought with a frown. He thought the trial would last longer than this. It's still too soon to tell. He turned his head in the east direction. Xianxia left. Unlike the others who used portals to return home, Xianxia entered the river of time to head for the land of exile. I hope he succeeds, Wang Wei thought. Xianxia's plan hinged on his future self, buying him more time, and the fact that Grand Dao hasn't punished him for his betrayal showed this plan was a success. However, the crucial part is his escape to that forbidden land that Grand Dao has lost control of. Boom! Cracks spread from the trial's light golden barrier, manifesting more void cracks. Can't they hold on? Wang Wei was once again premature in his judgment as the barrier healed itself. Then, another player took action. This time, it was a colossal umbrella with the top paintings of thousands of colors. The Desire Heart Palace has taken action, Wang Wei thought. This umbrella symbolizes that the big players are making their move. What about the primeval body mansion? Wang Wei looked around and saw Bai Longxing spectating like himself. He frowned, his demeanor indicates he is not going to take action. Anyone looking at Bai Longxing could tell he was enjoying himself watching this event unfold. Is he truly a spectator, or does he think these people are clowns and want them to waste their efforts before sweeping in and taking everything for himself? Wang Wei could not tell, so he waited and observed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1463 An act of kindness. The umbrella released a rainbow that pierced through the light golden barrier, heading directly to the trial. The remaining people's hearts shook as this attack was enough to annihilate everybody present, Wang Wei included. A few people immediately ran away, but Wang Wei and a few others did not believe the trial would fail so easily. 9 lights rushed into the sky, followed by the appearance of 9 spirits. Sir Lu was in the front, followed by the Dao spirit sitting on his scroll, the Bat spirit with his armor, the Soul spirit who was transparent, the Heart spirit who was a metallic elemental creature, the Luck spirit who was a small golden dragon, the Tribulation spirit who had lightning for eyes, the Essence spirit who was muscular and red skin, and lastly, the Life spirit who wore a dress made from tree branches and flowers as a crown. Each spirit released a golden light, reinforcing the golden barrier and rendering the attack useless. The 5 artifacts trembled as they released more power, but it appeared they were outmatched. Everyone waited with bated breath, wondering whether the tide had shifted. However, confrontations on this level are rarely simple. Ji Jingjing, the true participant of the Heart Desire Palace and the Umbrella's controller, chanted an incantation, and the others followed. The 5 transcendent artifacts started resonating with each other to combine their attacks. The other artifacts stopped attacking individually, and the rainbow beam released from the umbrella increased its intensity. Things are not looking good for the trial, Wang Wei thought, and he was not just stating the obvious. This sudden change is proof that these transcendent factions have been planning this event together, meaning they will cooperate to achieve their objective before dividing the trial like a piece of pie. No time to hesitate, the battle spirit yelled, and Sir Lu nodded. A loud explosion occurred in the second hunting area, and all the bestowal creatures died violently before turning into a beam of light that rushed to the barrier. The second hunting area rapidly shrunk until there was nothing left. Ji Jingjing, who was more beautiful in her man clothes, calmly looked at the situation. She frowned slightly. It seems we alone can't handle the situation. Although she looked calm, she and the other artifact users were under enormous pressure. Their souls were literally screaming due to the effect of using such potent transcendent artifacts. Ji Jingjing raised her head to look in the distance. Since there is no response, we can push things to the next level. She summoned a token and crushed it. 5 powerful eyes or entities descended on the trial as soon as she finished. Bai Longsheng and his people recognized one of them since it was Ji Liuyu, and Wang Wei recognized one more person, Old Man Tianji. These 5 entities, who can be considered higher conceptual beings, looked at the trial, and with one gaze, the barrier crumbled. Terrifying pressure spread through every corner of the trial, and everybody on the ground, except Bai Longsheng, exploded into a blood pool and lived in the form of consciousness. A creaking sound echoed between heaven and earth from the trial, sounding more like a painful scream. Sir Lu looked at everything with gritted teeth before yelling, "Lord, are you going to let us be destroyed?" The atmosphere immediately shifted. It was as if these transcendent beings stopped holding their breath, forcing the space-time continuum in their surroundings to stop working. A pair of golden eyes that embody all truths in the universe manifested on the opposite of the 5. "Little boy Ji, I don't appreciate having to see your face twice in a few seconds," the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Ji Liuyu calmly looked at him without responding. "What? Have you become cocky because of your little friends?" the Heaven Cardinal sneered, not hiding his disdain for the 5 transcendent beings. "Respected Cardinal, we have not broken the rules," Old Man Tianji said. "Do you think the rules can restrict me?" "Can't they not?" responded one of the eyes that contained a sharpness to it. "You ants are getting more arrogant without knowing your weight," Heaven Cardinal said as he glanced at the eye. Far in the distance, a swordsman sat atop a mountain of swords in a world called the Raising King world. He suddenly opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He shook his head before closing them again. His eyes remained as determined and defiant when glancing at the Cardinal. The Heaven Cardinal sneered, ignoring those defiant eyes. To him, this was nothing but the bark of a dog trying to hide its fear. His gaze shifted to Sir Lu and the trial. "Lord, please save us. Technically speaking, the heaven and earth wonders are under my jurisdiction and should help you," the Cardinal said. "However, you lost all your rights when you chose not to report the birth of the trial's new consciousness." "Lord, it's not, you don't have to explain yourself," the Cardinal cut him off. "You felt a sense of connection to it and thought this was your chance at a new life. As creatures with sentience and intelligence, it's understandable why you made this choice. However, you must live with the consequences. We are willing to continue serving you," Sir Lu responded with gritted teeth. "Even if it means the main mind is enslaved, I just hope you don't let it fall into these people's hands." "It's truly fascinating," the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Faye was known for her kindness during her time, especially for her spirit. Years later, even after her death, a new mind born from the remnants of her memories can use that kindness to affect you to this level. After hearing the word, Faye, Sir Lu, and the other spirits felt a profound sadness. They did not know its source, but the feeling was so intense that it almost crushed their minds. "Lord," the spirit yelled with tears in their eyes. "What about your work? You are not as important as you think," the Cardinal said. "Plus, your fate has long been determined in the grand design. We will do anything." "All right, my decision is final," the Heaven Cardinal replied calmly. "However, I'm not completely heartless. The Cardinal is in charge of creating chaos worlds and establishing orders, so he has seen countless times the influence one life can have on an entire world, let alone a race." The Cardinal looked at the 5 eyes. "You cannot directly interfere in this matter." He shifted to the still floating Bai Longsheng. "The same goes for your mansion." Bai Longsheng bowed politely, "As you wish." The Cardinal took one aside look at Wang Wei's conscious state without anyone noticing before disappearing from sight. The other eyes looked at each other, secretly communicating. The Cardinal words have many implications, insinuations, or hints. They must communicate how to proceed. The spirits controlled their emotions before opening a portal to an unknown location. The Transcendents reacted swiftly as they came up with a plan. Then, under their orders, Ji Jingjing and the others took out their artifacts and opened another portal to follow. Wang Wei's body condensed again, and he exhaled deeply. Fellow Daoist, do you want me to take you? Wang Wei looked in the distance to see Bai Longxing approaching with a gentle smile. Thank you for the offer, but I have my own way. Are you sure? The inner core of this trial is not something anyone can get into. I understand that, but there is no need. As you wish, Bai Longxing smiled before leaving. He gathered his people and disappeared from sight into another portal. Bai Longxing was correct, as ordinary means could not grant entry into this place. However, Wang Wei had two means of entry. The first was the fact he tasked Red Mask to infiltrate his spirit particles into one of the Transcendent faction members. The second was the fact this trial was technically a living creature. Wang Wei planned to observe the trial's existence, to find an entry point. Under normal circumstances, this might not work, but his chances were high, given the creature was severely injured. Has Cong taken action? Wang Wei thought when he sensed the formation activation and spatial ripple from the distance. It seems Red Mask has secretly helped him. That's good since I don't have to take action. Wang Wei activated his technique, trying to take this opportunity to glance at the core of a transcendent being. However, not even a second had passed when a menacing figure appeared before him. He calmly looked at this red-skinned man whose head was constantly twitching and sighed deeply. His past was catching up to him. Sadly, this was not the time, but that decision was not up to him. Who are you, and why are you blocking me? Wang Wei asked despite having guessed the answer. The red man chuckled, but his voice had no humor, only endless hatred and anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1464 A Blast from the Past, You don't recognize me? Well, of course, you don't, the red-skinned man uttered. You killed everybody I love and care for, but then, you get to reincarnate like nothing happened, living a life of happiness and great success. I have killed many and ruined many people's lives, so you have to be more specific, Wang Wei replied. Hee, the red-skinned man chuckled a second time. My name is, was, Dong, and the, is written with the character for being peaceful. My father named me as such because that is all he wanted for my life, and he ensured that. The red-skinned man's eyes turned a shade of black that would make Vantablack look like the shunning sun. My world, aptly named, True Serenity, was a small chaos world that gave birth to only one paragon every few billion yuan epochs. My father fought desperately for that position, becoming our world's protector. He fulfilled his oath to my mother by giving me a peaceful life. Dong gritted his teeth. But everything changed when you invaded. I still remember that day. My father's desperate plea for me to run away, the scream of my people as you destroy their flesh to absorb their soul, my fiancée's last scream as you took her away, the scream of my world's heavenly Tao as you tore it apart. I remember everything. Wang Wei groaned softly as he massaged his temple. Would it help if I told you I was not in the right mind and acting purely on instinct? Do you see my skin? Do you know why it's red? Dong asked. Before I died, I made an oath that I would kill you no matter the price. The oath resulted in the blood of my world staining my skin red. I've been through countless reincarnations, and two things have remained constant, my skin color and my hatred for you. Wang Wei sighed. He knew it wouldn't work, but he had to try. Listen, Dong, you don't have to do this. You don't have to let the anger and hatred consume you. The name is Serenity's ghost, Dong rebutted. And I will have my vengeance. Swish. He appeared in front of Wang Wei and punched him, releasing a jet of dark red flame. Karmic flame? Wang Wei thought as he calmly invaded the attack. Is his Tao a muted flame Tao that combines a small portion of karma? Dong did not stop with one attack but a barrage of punches. Listen to me, Wang Wei said as he evaded. He moved his body to the side, and Dong An's flaming foot past him. There is a way to see your father and world again. Wang Wei's words did not help as he wanted but instead drove Dong into an even higher level of madness. Dong An condensed 2 lightning bolts and threw them. Wang Wei tried to evade, but they followed him everywhere. So, he punched them away. Dong An appeared beside him with a ferocious attack, Fist of Justice. A golden light enveloped him, trying to purify him of all his past wrongdoings. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's Dao heart was harder than steel, meaning even if he felt some guilt for his actions, they were not enough to affect him in any shape or form. It also helped that he had complete control over his karma, and this attack could not judge him based on that. So, you are still the ruthless man who massacred my world, Dong An sneered. Wang Wei resisted the urge to counter that there was no way Dong An could have become a paragon without stepping on the lives of countless others. You're a paragon now, meaning you can travel through the infinite trichiliocosm, Wang Wei stated. Find a timeline where your world was not destroyed, and your family is still alive. Dong An's body visibly paused. He had never thought of this approach. No, in his long life, he never thought he could regain what he had lost. Driven by his hatred and desire for vengeance, he focused all his thoughts and emotions on finding the man responsible for the greatest tragedy of his life. As he mulled over Wang Wei's words, his facial expression and eyes conveyed a look of longing. Then, a tiny smile crept into the corner of his mouth for the first time in countless Yuan epochs. Dong An sighed before shaking his head. I'm glad you reminded me that there is a version of me out there who does not share my tragic fate. However, his family, fiancé, and world are not mine. Even if Dong An followed through with this plan, what then? Would he have to kill his other self and take his place? Assuming he was ruthless enough to do so, could he bear it once his father and fiancé find out? Could he bear to inflict the pain of losing a loved one on them? Dong An knew that pain and he would never do such a thing to his father, even if it's an alternate version. Okay, you don't like this plan, Wang Wei uttered. But there are other ways. You say these powerful entities that showed up? As long as you can reach their level, reviving your family and world is only a matter of snapping your finger. You don't have to say any more, Dong An stated. Today is your death day, and nothing you can say will change that fact. So, that's it? I've offered you hope and a solution to end your suffering, and your response is to choose your vendetta. On that day Dong An, the lazy and underachiever prince loved by his people, died, and the ghost of serenity was born. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, and he saw a man sustained only by the desire for revenge. He could deduce that Dong An, no, Serenity's ghost, would probably end his life after killing him. I understand. I'll free you from your misery. I'll be free once you're dead. Serenity's ghost moved his body to attack, but Wang Wei was faster than him. Before he could react, Wang Wei appeared before him and put a large hole through his chest. However, this attack was instantly proved useless. His well-trained true will was instantly removed by another will, and his enemy regenerated. As I thought, Wang Wei contemplated. The obsession of many people who died in the true Serenity world fused with him. This information had significant implications as it revealed Serenity's ghost had achieved a form of true immortality. Wang Wei reckoned the latter would still be alive even if he found his time mark and killed his past self. The obsession of the people of the true Serenity world will not allow him to die until he fulfills his oath. Wang Wei casually used his palm to block a breath beam attack before attacking Serenity's ghost on the left side of his pec. His true will worked on a micro level, attacking a tiny and specific area, causing the latter's heart to explode. Serenity's ghost had a cultivation of third heaven and a body refining level of elder fiend god fifth heaven. However, for some reasons, maybe because he was in a rush to cultivate mutation of his body due to all the obsession, or because he did not care, the latter did not cultivate limit indestructibility, meaning after becoming an inextinguishable paragon, he had at least 12 flaws. Wang Wei only discovered 9 flaws, which could be because Serenity's ghost had already fixed 3 or his senses were not enough to find the others in this short period, but regardless, his attack on the flaw was to test something. Under normal circumstances, once a body refiner's flaw is attacked, that part becomes permanently injured, a weakness that must be healed with high-level resources. More importantly, their willpower will be reduced, making breaking their will immortality, and killing them easier. The obsession will not only keep him alive but also keep him in top fighting shape, Wang Wei analyzed as the flawed wound that should not be regenerated returned to normal as if nothing had happened. This is annoying, Wang Wei thought. Although he was vastly stronger than his opponent, this meant nothing if he could not kill him. Which of the future wife seals is best for obsessions? Wang Wei planned as he evaded the upcoming attack. He has been researching obsession by studying the Grand Mist Gang Lord, but his results so far were nothing compared to his wife's library. Wang Wei stopped evading the attack, preparing to go on the offense to secretly implant the sealing runes. However, as soon as his kick hit, it bounced and returned on him with even more power, forcing him to use his force control skill to unload most of the attack's force. What goes around comes around, Wang Wei thought. So, his Tao is retribution. Quite fitting for an Avenger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1465 Inevitable Fate. Wang Wei quickly came up with a plan for the situation and executed it. He condensed his Proving Tao artifact into a whip before teleporting before his opponent and whipping him. The Serenity's ghost's face contorted in pain as this whip affected him in a way he had never experienced before. What have you done? Wang Wei frowned as he observed. The effect was not as potent as he wanted. The Serenity's ghost released a tornado of flames of retribution, but Wang Wei's bolstered defenses rendered this attack useless. Instead, he continued whipping the enemy with his Whip of Freedom. His purpose was to free Dongan from his obsession, thus separating all these souls/spirits from his body. Unfortunately for him, in this chaos universe, obsession was a power that defied common sense, and most means of purification were useless to them. Of course, Wang Wei did not stop despite the subpar results. This was a good opportunity to understand this power and gather more data. The Serenity's ghost roared in agony and anger before going on the offensive, mortal retribution. His eyes suddenly turned golden and illusory, and before Wang Wei could react, he received a spiritual attack. Wang Wei found himself before a towering and intimidating figure dressed in all black. The figure looked at him. How do you plead? Plead for what? For all the atrocities you've committed, the figure reported before showing him a display of all the crimes he had committed in his life. Is this a joke? Wang Wei asked. You think I would joke about something so serious? I thought we had already established I had no remorse for my actions, Wang Wei asked. So, you admit you're someone without any morals? I thought that was very clear, Wang Wei rebutted. His desire for freedom was absolute, meaning he wanted to transcend morality. In other words, this was a fancy way of saying that the difference between him and the worst of society was his whim. He believed in no gods for his morality, cared for no societal rules, and had absolute control of his empathy, meaning his mortality was more logical than emotional. You scum of the world, the judge-like figure roared before a blinding light descended on Wang Wei. However, the thing was worthless, and his spirit returned to his body. He opened his eyes to Serenity's ghost regenerating his fist and understood what happened. The latter had attacked him while the other technique worked. Unfortunately, he could not bypass Wang Wei's first layer of defense that he created based on his skin-flesh ability. An innate magnetic shield once protected his skin, and now, Wang Wei recreated it with an innate emptiness shield. Anyone who attacks him will not only have to destroy the protective layer but also have to fight against the erasure of the power of nothingness. When Serenity's ghost punched him, he lost his fist without even putting a dent in his protection. Liberation of idea, Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a pillar of light that bombarded Serenity's ghost. The latter screamed as a force was constantly trying to force him to abandon his grudge and vendetta, but the obsession in his body would never accept this outcome. Serenity's ghost fought back with his own technique, society retribution. Cultivators had rules and laws they had to follow, and their primary difference from mortals was that they did not hold each other accountable. It was Heavenly Tao's job to keep them in check. So, with this technique, Serenity's ghost essentially summoned the power of the law to punish Wang Wei. Divine punishment, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the dark clouds above. Should I use this opportunity to remove more of my fate seed status? However, he immediately abandoned this idea since that thunder was not enough. Additionally, it was not the time to be doing something like that. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He had plenty of ways to deal with this attack, with the easiest being using his freedom Dao to escape all punishments or laws placed on him. However, he had a better idea. Boom! The lightning bolt descended from the sky, and Wang Wei fought it. He screamed in agony as the thunder scorched his body, burned his soul, and sundered his mind. A massive yin-yang symbol materialized above his head to protect himself, but it was useless. Wang Wei's screams echoed between heaven and earth. Yes, 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 Serenity's ghost said. This beautiful sound of pure agony, I have been waiting so long to hear it. He waved his hand to cast another spell, Pain Penalty. Wang Wei's lips secretly twitched. For all his life, he has been the one who increased people's pain, not the other way around. Regardless, since he was performing, he had to make it believable. So, his voice increased by a few octaves, and his body started twitching uncontrollably in certain places. Serenity's ghost was not finished, as he added a few more penalties to Wang Wei, ensuring he suffered to the fullest extent. By the time he stopped, Wang Wei wasn't wholly acting as the pain had reached the threshold of his willpower. You might be an immoral piece of shit who thought no laws could judge you, but you were wrong, Serenity's ghost said as he approached. There is justice in the world, and retribution always comes for people like yourself. Wang Wei knelt on the ground with his black and white robe tattered and his hair disheveled. He glanced at his enemy with hatred, anger, and regret. Is that regret I sensed? What? Regret what you've done? I regret, I didn't kill all of you, Wang Wei answered with gritted teeth. Good, 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 Serenity's ghost uttered. My greatest fear is you would be a coward that asked for mercy, that begged for his life. It would be too disappointing if you were this weak-willed. Serenity's ghost smiled before holding Wang Wei by the neck. He cast the technique, Divine Retribution, Life Absorption. All energy and power from Wang Wei's body left his body, turning his potent fleshly body into skin and bone. I am so glad I came to this trial. Otherwise, killing you would have been a pain, Serenity's ghost said. The rules of the trial still applied to them, meaning dying here was permanent death. In all his life, this was the first time Serenity's ghost became a paragon, so he had never trained his chronospirit battle skills. It's almost as if destiny had been waiting for your demise, Serenity's ghost continued with a gentle smile. Now then, enough with the chit-chat. He crushed Wang Wei's body and soul. As he watched the remains turn into dust scattered in the void, a single tear dropped from Dong An's right eye. It's finally over, he muttered. Father, Fenger, everyone, I can finally join you. An intense aura emanated from Dong An's body to release myriad black floating faces. So, it's over? It appears so. Meaning we are free? Yes. Does anyone feel something is wrong? What do you mean? It felt too easy. Or maybe we missed something. You think he is faking his death? I just checked. His Dao imprint is gone. All his karma is gone. I can't sense his name in the book of life and death. His fate has been severed. You're worrying too much. It's obvious that he's gone. You guys are right. It seems like I worry too much. You've always been like this. Boy Dongan, are you sure you want to do this? There is no point in convincing me, Dongan answered. This has always been the plan. But that bastard had a point. Maybe you can see everybody again. Yes, we might be done, but it doesn't have to be the same for you. Dongan shook his head. He had died that day, and his current self was only the shelf, the embodiment of his desire for revenge. So, he took one last look at these obsessions. Thank you for accompanying me all this time. You made the journey less lonely. 904 Dong and truly smiled for the first time in probably hundreds of millions of yuan epochs before destroying his vitality and soul. Unlike his first death, or the countless others, this one was peaceful, and Dong died with a smile on his face. Do you think we did something wrong? Someone asked. No, we did not. We were born for only one reason. Our objective must be accomplished no matter the price paid. You're right. Alright, it's time to end this wretched existence. As the obsession disappeared, a gravitational force pulled them into one place, which soon revealed to be an orb in Wang Wei's palm. Pigich, that was exhausting. He went above and beyond to fake his death. First, he found the flaw in Dong An's soul to weave the illusion before hiding himself with the Heaven Deception Array. Then, he had to remove his Dao imprint and hide it with the same array. He used his fate Dao to change his fate to being dead, hid all his karmic lines, and even used his death Dao to make it even more believable. The sect must be freaking out, Wang Wei thought. During this deception, his soul flame should have been extinguished. Even worse, people with deep karma with him should have felt he was dead, including his future wife locked in the dark truth. Let's hope she won't blame me after finding the truth. Wang Wei smiled. Although he went to extreme lengths, it was worth it because of the gain. He looked at the orb and muttered, "Your obsession is to kill me. But what if I could change that obsession to keep me alive?" Dong An's immortality was something worth all that hassle. Although Wang Wei did not know whether he would succeed, it was worth trying. I'm already late, so let's hurry. He immediately started checking this creature's existence. However, Wang Wei was immediately confused. The blueprint already looked like the nonsense graffiti of a toddler, so he usually used his body as a reference to examine people. However, he realized this aspect was almost useless for this creature since their life level was on another scale. It's like a two-dimensional life form trying to understand a three-dimensional creature, Wang Wei complained. For now, he could only memorize this thing for later use. As for the inner core area, he had to try another approach. He used the spirit particle that was already inside to find the area in the blueprint to correspond to the inner dimension of this place. Luckily, his space Dao was high enough, so he soon found what he sought. Wang Wei did not enter with his actual body but sent a puppet controlled by his spirit particle. Let's hope I'm not too late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1466 The inner core. Wang Wei was about to close his eyes to share senses with the clone when he sensed something, so he looked in the distance. His eyes did not just see the void with cracks. Instead, his spatial sense saw a large sphere surrounded by smaller cubes. All personal dimensions are blocked. That's good news for Cong, he thought. The sphere was the internal dimension of the trial's creature, and the surrounding cubes were the space ring/personal dimension of the people who entered. The factions that took Wufeng Huang and the others sealed them before locking them in their personal dimension or space-related artifacts. Normally, breaking into these dimensions is extremely arduous, but Cong succeeded. First, he used a variant of a void-breaking array combined with his transformation Dao. The array can analyze a space and transform or adapt to the correct properties to ensure maximum space-tearing capabilities. However, that was not enough. Emperor Cong took a page out of Wang Wei's book and used a ceremony. Ceremony is a unique form of magic that some consider a subcategory of array. While arrays are better at utilizing the power of concrete Daos like the five elements, yin-yang, and space-time, ceremonies are better when using non-concrete Daos like commerce, friendship, or loyalty. Of course, the primary use of ceremony Dao was to communicate with higher and unknown entities to use their powers. Emperor Cong used the history lock in his ceremony to levy the power of heavenly Dao to help him break through these dimensions to save these people. His idea was ingenious, and with the chaos outside, the rescue operation proceeded smoothly when he saved Wufeng Huang, Ao Shen, and Zhen Biu. However, a problem occurred when he tried to save Jian Wushuang. Cong got greedy and tried to take something in the personal dimension, which triggered a warning system. Soon, a swordsman appeared, and they started battling each other. His strength has reached 100%, but his boost is only six-fold, Wang Wei analyzed. Emperor Cong's cultivation was 94%, and with the six-fold increase, he also reached the peak of the Paragon realm, but he was still at the bottom, even worse than Wang Wei. His opponent is way stronger than him, especially since he is a pure swordsman with the highest attack potency, Wang Wei thought. However, Cong's transformation Dao, in combination with his superb mastery of array Dao, provides him with great versatility. However, his greatest advantage is that his opponent is an extreme path swordsman with a weak body, while he is a body refiner that has reached Elder Fiend God's 5th level. If Cong plays his card correctly, he should win this battle. Of course, his opponent looked like someone with ample experience, so the latter should know his weakness and how to deal with body refiners. However, Wang Wei will still bet on Cong for a simple reason: luck. The only issue is how fast this battle will last. It has been more common for battles at the peak of the Paragon realm to last years, even in Yuan epochs. It's also possible for them to end in seconds, forming two extremes to show the vast difference between two individuals' peaks. Forget him for now, Wang Wei thought before closing his eyes to focus on the clone inside. As soon as Wang Wei entered the portal, he sensed grave danger, and his body moved instinctively. However, when he checked his previous location, he saw nothing. Then, his senses went on overdrive as everywhere indicated danger. Wang Wei turned into a gray light as he moved around with unparalleled speed. What's going on? He thought, observing everything closely. He used all observation abilities before noticing this room did not contain some invisible entities but creatures so small they could be described as quantum size. Well, that's embarrassing, Wang Wei thought. He hadn't yet weaponized his quantum virus for use at a higher level, but he met an opponent who already had. He shook his head as he flew away. He sensed the spirit participle attached to the people ahead and flew in that direction. Wang Wei stopped at an intersection in another area. He observed a profound darkness in the distance, which was not his primary concern. He saw two bodies floating in the void. It seems they floated from that area. Wang Wei looked at them. And their faces, it looked like they saw some kind of horror. He frowned and hesitated briefly before moving ahead. The silence was eerie as Wang Wei immediately sensed someone watching him. The constant whispers he could not remove from his mind did not help. Wang Wei did not say much and continued his flight. Something attacked him but was repelled by his innate emptiness shield. However, he still did not detect the attacker with his senses or reaction time. This is annoying, he complained before rushing with an even greater haste. He faced numerous attacks, but all of them were useless. However, midway through his journey, he sensed something was wrong and increased his focus. He looked down at his arm, and numerous pieces of his flesh were missing. The creepy part was this was self-immolation, meaning he did it to himself. My senses are duller than normal, and the influences of the whispers are subtle and almost undetectable, he calmly analyzed before increasing his speed. By the time he reached the third area, he had even more self-immolated injuries. This is a defense mechanism, he analyzed. The trial creature does not want anyone to reach its core, so these measures are to kill all intruders like a human's immune system. There should be more people dead in that black area, but Wang Wei could not notice it because of the circumstances. I'm also lucky because the creature should now be focused on the vanguard. If he had not delayed, the intensity of the previous areas would have been drastically higher, and he may not have been able to pass. Wang Wei flew into the third area and saw nothing but an endless white and black space. The concept of color seemed to have been absent in this area. He instantly raised his alert to the highest level. Then, this area mechanism materialized. A group of black and white humanoid crickets with 4 arms and holding spears materialized. Wang Wei's expression immediately turned ugly. The leading cricket man had a terrifying aura that he was slightly similar to a primal paragon. Additionally, all the hundreds of crickets behind all had peak paragon strength. But that was not even the worst part. His senses told him an even more terrifying being was hiding in the shadows, waiting to appear. Wang Wei did not hesitate to activate his nothingness wheel to enter an intangible state. Now that he had reached the emptiness stage of his nothingness technique, he could remain intangible for an extended period and survive even more potent attacks. He flew to the area, and a bombardment of attacks reached him. Wang Wei made the wisest choice and focused on evading the ones from the primal ant and ignoring the others. However, one of them hit him. Damn it, based on this situation, only 5 attacks are needed to break me out of my state. The clone had 99% of his strength, meaning this data was not so far from his actual body. He knew the difference between peak and primal was vast, but now, he had a small taste. Wang Wei activated his ancestors' evading technique. Although his Tao did not allow him to use this technique to the fullest of its capabilities, it boosted his evading abilities immensely for this escape. And, just as he was about to enter the next area, a sense of doom overwhelmed him. Wang Wei was decisive as he blew up his body, using the force from the explosion to push his soul to the next area. And even after entering, he did not stop flying in case the enemy followed him. This area was odd. Numerous debris scattered in all directions, and they seemed to be lagging. One moment, they looked normal, the next second, they disappeared, then, they appeared to have aged by 1,000,000 years, or they suddenly charged into black and white. Additionally, Wang Wei sensed a few different transcendent auras. These people had enough of this area and used their transcendent artifact to obliterate this area, Wang Wei analyzed. Such news was great for him as that meant less trouble. It should not be far. He sensed his spirit was closed and rushed to the next area. He did not immediately enter but used his nothingness wheel a second time to enter an intangible and invisible mode. Nothingness was invisible in the first place, so he only needed to copy that characteristic. Then, he entered the next area. Wang Wei sensed he passed through a film before reaching the true inner core of this creature. The first thing he heard was the sounds of roaring, fighting, and chains clinking, so he looked at the source. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1467 The Hinted Solution. 1467 The Hinted Solution. Wang Wei's first order of business was to secretly recover his spirit particle and read the memories of the voyage. The initial host of the particle died, so it had to sneakily find a new host to ensure it could reach the inner core. And once inside, it had to stay out of the way to hide its presence. Once he retrieved it, Wang Wei glanced toward these people. A white deer more than 5 meters tall with purple horns and a purple crystal on its forehead stood at the center, with chains all over its body. It fought desperately, but the chains, which were attached to the transcendent artifacts, were unbreakable. Ji Jingjing and her people formed a circle around the creature. Meanwhile, Sir Lu and the other spirits floated in the sky, hurling attacks at the aggressor, trying to stop them. This should be the new consciousness, Wang Wei thought as he glanced at the deer. The creature's eyes were confused and panicked as it tried to fight for its life. However, the way it moved indicated it was a new life and had little to no experience. What kind eyes, Wang Wei commented. As he glanced at the creature's eyes, he felt a strong desire for protection. It was as if this creature was his child, and Wang Wei had a motherly instinct to protect it. He had to steel his mind to regain his bearing and observe impartially. Madman Chu told me every creature from the Genesis age had their own power capable of breaking the rules of the current era, Wang Wei thought as he focused intently, trying to feel the power of this creature. He sensed an old, archaic power with a similar origin to the Grand Tao source but utterly different in its essence. The power of nurturing, Wang Wei thought. This creature can nurture all things. That's why it can help people reach a higher level. It nurtures the body, soul, mind, and even comprehension of law. The heaven and earth wonder that Emperor Cong used had time-related powers. The one from the Golden Era had a birthing power or a subcategory of yin-yang, and this trial had the concept of nurturing. And even if there is no such thing as transcendent herbs that can help them reach a higher level, some of these factions should have used flawed abilities from the ultimate taboo. They should definitely be able to refine a transcendent herb that helped them become true half-step transcendent, Wang Wei analyzed. This revelation meant he could not allow them to take away this creature. If these people become more powerful, then it will be easier once they try to invade the Eternal Ascension world in the upcoming catastrophe. There is also the fact that Wang Wei also wanted to use this power for himself one day. The issue is, how should I help? A direct intervention was out of the question, but Wang Wei believed there was something he could do to solve the current situation. Have they noticed me? Princess, there is a problem. Xianxia, what do you mean by that? Ji Jingjing asked through divine sense. Everything was proceeding accordingly. Then, out of nowhere, the fate of this creature became uncertain, Xianxia replied as he pushed the power of the pagoda to the limit. Ji Jingjing frowned. Xianxia was one of the heirs of the stargazing pavilion, even escaping the burden of the old man Tianji name. So, if he said something was wrong, then something was wrong. Do you think Bai Longxing finally decided to act? She asked. All signs show he will only act if we fail, Xianxia replied. Then, what is the source of this anomaly? Monk Damadina asked as he controlled the golden prayer beads. I don't know. Do you think there is an intruder? The Supreme Thrust Paragon asked. Someone who came after Bai Longxing. I didn't detect anything, Monk Damadina replied as he activated his mind-eye technique to scan the area. Unfortunately, there was nothing in sight. Xianxia, can't you divine or calculate anything? Asked the fifth member, an odd-looking man wearing a tattered black robe and bandages that covered every inch of his body. Everyone called Death's Breath. All I see is this all-encompassing nothingness, Xianxia replied in a strange voice. It's vast, beautiful, and the place all things, including all Taos, will eventually return to. I can feel its embrace, it's calling me. I must return. It is where we come from and where we will return. Bang! His pagoda trembled, releasing a slight light that instantly woke him from his strange daze. Damn it, Xianxia said with gritted teeth, angered for many reasons. His divination failed, and he was embarrassed by his peers. A deep fear flashed in his eyes before he exhaled to control his emotions. Are you alright? Monk Damadina asked. I'm fine, Xianxia replied bluntly. Whoever the intruder is, he has mastered a profound counter-divination method. Do you think it's someone from the all-seeing temple? Death Breath asked. Are you insulting me? Xianxia asked. You might look down on their temple, but you should not ignore the fact they have some extraordinary means. I know the temple's means, and it's not them. The others looked at him, but no one believed him. Xianxia can act out his disdain and prejudice against the all-seeing temple, and they would not make such a mistake. Regardless, we must be on the lookout for a sneak attack or other means of interference, Ji Jingjing said. That was closed, Wang Wei thought silently to himself. He had never worked so hard for a counter-divination attempt in his life. Usually, his fate physique and fateless status meant almost no one could divine information about him. However, that person from the stargazing pavilion was so close to success due to being boosted by a transcendent artifact. Luckily, Wang Wei reacted in time and used his emptiness power to hide his information. Wang Wei gazed at Sir Lu and the other spirits and communicated with them. Hello, Sir Lu, do you remember me? Sir Lu frowned before answering. I don't know how you got lucky and came here, but I warned you to leave this place as soon as possible. That's mighty kind of you, but I came here to help. Boy, you are probably one of the most talented individuals this trial has ever cultivated. You have a bright future ahead, so don't ruin it here. This battle is beyond your capabilities. I know this fight is beyond my physical capabilities. But Sir Lu, you seem to have forgotten what my greatest asset is. You're a Tao overlord. Now you're following. Do you have a solution to the current situation? Tell me quickly. I may have an idea, but... Sir Lu's lips twitched. What do you want? One question first. Did you artificially inflate the difficulty of the battle tower? I'm sorry about that, Sir Lu responded in embarrassment. The only way to accelerate the growth of the main mind was to have you guys spend more points. So, what was my real record? Wang Wei asked. 10 years. That's not long, Wang Wei murmured. In just a short 10 years, the absolute killer would have bypassed his chronos spirit and discovered his time mark. Now, can you tell me? Before that, we must negotiate my price. First, I want to use the trial until my cultivation reaches the Paragon Peak, Wang Wei stated. I'm afraid that's not possible, Sir Lu replied. Don't get us wrong, it's not because we don't want to. We've used much power to fight these people, but the remaining is insufficient to support your cultivation to the peak. Then, how far can I go? Probably the 7th heaven, maybe the 8th if we pushed it. Wang Wei frowned. What if I only train my soul? Your soul is already on par with the 8th heaven, we can probably raise it by another 1%, Sir Lu responded, but his expression indicated that such a concession would hurt them. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. He had many ways to increase his realm after the lock, including the merit head received. With the trial, he can get his soul to 99% before taking a true soul pill. Although this pill usually takes more than 50,000 yuan epochs to absorb, it can directly elevate Wang Wei to a peak paragon soul. My second request is unlimited access to this trial. Once again, that's impossible, Sir Lu swiftly countered. We will spend much time repairing the trial if we survive this ordeal. Wang Wei just stared at him. You already have 6 tokens, correct? I'll offer an additional 4 exclusively for you. Once we are barely operational, you can send 10 people to train, but they can only reach initial heaven, 90%. Wang Wei stared at him for a few seconds. After reading his facial expression, he said, fine, but there is still a third and final request, and this one is non-negotiable. I want the purest power or essence of this creature's nurturing power. Additionally, I want its understanding of that power. The greatest asset of this trial is that nurturing power, which Wang Wei has numerous plans for already. Sir Lu gritted his teeth. I can give you the power, but knowledge is out of the question. Wang Wei squinted. The main mind has retained little knowledge from its predecessor, Fei, Sir Lu immediately explained. That's why it's in such a bad state, it cannot control its power. I see, Wang Wei muttered. Very well. I'll grant you access to my personal dimension. Put my rewards inside, and I'll tell you how to save it. You want us to pay first? After your previous immoral business practices, you think I'll trust you? Wang Wei countered. I guess that's fair, Sir Lu smiled wryly. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, the clone received information from the main body that he had received payment and nodded. The Heaven Cardinal already hinted at the answer to your problem, Wang Wei stated. Fei was a kind creature, so you need to bank on that. Send a call for help to all the creatures you've helped nurture through this trial. One of them might have become transcendent and willing to help. But even if that's not true, you can still try to contact the spirits of those creatures from the Genesis age. If Fei had been as kind as the Cardinal had said, she would have helped many of them. Their bodies and souls might have been erased, but they will lingered in the Chaos universe, and they should respond to your plea. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/says Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468 The Trial's Resolution. 1468 The Trial's Resolution, and, I noticed a plot hole. Wang Wei and the others could have used the trial to cultivate their secondary DAOs, like pill refining or array, to the Paragon realm. So, one of the rules is they can only use the trial for their primary DAO. Why didn't I think of that? Sir Lu said as he palmed his face. The spirits chose the main mind over the Heaven Cardinal because they felt Fei's all-encompassing goodness and kindness, and they were moved to the point of betraying their lords. Now, with Wang Wei's reminder, Sir Lu saw hope to save themselves. Young cultivator, thank you for your help, Sir Lu said. But you should leave this place since it's dangerous. You don't have to tell me twice, Wang Wei said. However, remember that what you pay me is not enough for the karma of saving your life. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before collapsing the clone's soul and the spirit particle. The real Wang Wei opened his eyes outside the inner core, and he immediately checked his storage dimension. He first checked the tokens before looking at the other rewards. An illusory tower that resembled the Soul Tower floated in the sky. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Then, his eyes shifted to a glowing green crystal the size of an ostrich egg. As soon as he laid eyes on the crystal, he felt an immense desire to swallow it. Every cell, tissue, organ, and system of his body screamed the desire to swallow this thing, and it was not just his body. His soul released a desire even more intense than his dream to see his wife, the current version, in a bunny outfit. Wang Wei gulped his saliva. If I swallow this thing, my body should reach beyond the peak of Elder Fiend God 10 Heavens. I may even immediately achieve a primal paragon tier fleshly body. No, that's an understatement. My body might be on par with those pseudo-transcendents, as I called them. The temptation was beyond words Wang Wei could describe, but he resisted the urge and controlled himself. Although this thing would allow him instant power, it would be a significant waste since he probably cannot fully absorb the effect. I need to think long-term, Wang Wei reminded himself. The best use of this thing is to create an artifact that can convert other energies or powers into the trial's power of nurture, Wang Wei thought. He still had to look forward to Malikia's soul energy reward. If he can turn this crystal into the correct artifact, he can use that soul energy to create nurture power that will help him even after becoming half-step transcendent. Wang Wei calmed down after thinking about the future. Once he builds his nurturing artifact, he won't have to worry about the energy needed to open his fourth gate and other cultivation in the transcendent realm. This nurturing power might also be the key to building my Zerg army, Wang Wei thought. This crystal resembled endless possibilities as long as he fully utilized its power. Wang Wei immediately placed countless seals around the crystal to prevent any power from leaking. Although he couldn't sense anything, he did not want to take the risk. Wang Wei looked in the distance to check on Cong. It appeared their battles had ended, and Cong was the victor. Wang Wei did not say much and looked at the inner core one more time. There was no way the Heaven Cardinal said these words without reason. Was it he giving me or the spirits the hint? It seems more like he was talking to me, but why? Is he preparing for his future? He would not be surprised if the Heaven Cardinal was planning on choosing his side in the confrontation with Grand Dao. At the very least, the latter prepared for Grand Dao's possible failure. Wang Wei raised his head as his intuition warned him of incoming danger. It's time to go. He first killed the kidnapped loose cultivators before entering the River of Time, heading directly to the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei was careful since he was once attacked while swimming in this place. Not long after leaving, countless mighty conscious descended into the trial, alarming the 5 transcendents. They immediately stopped these people after guessing their objective. However, a being on par with the 5 showed up, directly confronting them. Unfortunately, he was alone against 5, making his approach useless. Sir Lu was on the verge of ripping out his hair. The appearance of these paragons and that entity brought them hope before these 5 bastards crushed it. A look of despair flashed in his eyes before things suddenly took an unexpected turn. A bunch of ancient and primordial wills seemed to have awakened, alarming countless powerhouses throughout the chaos universes. These primordial spirits of a time long gone cast their gaze on the trial. Ji Liuan, Old Man Tianji, and the others paused as they sensed these ancient and powerful entities. They glanced at each other, secretly communicating. They soon realized these were the spirits or thoughts of creatures long dead, meaning their powers were only a fraction of their peak. However, they might suffer if they continue this fight. Do we just give up like that? The above heaven sword master said. We can still get a piece of this thing if we fight these old things. Old Man Tianji sighed, don't you understand? This is just the cardinal using the rules to stop us. Ultimately, if we take down this creature, we will offend him. So, the question is whether it's worth offending him. The awakening of these creatures marks the opening of the transcendent age, Monk Ananda said. There will be plenty of other opportunities, so this poor monk will not offend such a being before I'm certain. The corpse-selling sect has been increasing their offensive against us, so I cannot be injured here, Deathmark said. Everyone looked at him. They were suspicious that his death cult had some relationship with death reverence and the corpse-selling sect, so they did not wholly trust them even with these words. Ji Liuyu, how about you use one of your clan's foundations? Old man Tianji suggested. What foundation? Ji Liuyu asked in an exaggerated manner that made everyone roll their eyes. However, he did not care. The clan or palace's trump cards can only be used for life and death matters or things genuinely worth the price. This endeavor to the trial mainly was his private affair. Since that's how everyone feels, let's consider this matter a failure, old man Tianji said calmly. The above heaven sword master snorted coldly. I'll remember these people. He left immediately without saying another word. The other then ordered their talents to retreat. Ji Jingjing frowned after receiving the order but did not dare contradict the Supreme Elder. She felt it was a shame since success would mean guaranteed backing in the clan and palace. But now, she was not sure what fate lay ahead for her. Everyone then followed, leaving only Bai Longsheng. We are safe, said the soul spirit. Yes, we are, Sir Lu nodded, and everyone started rejoicing. Now is not the time to celebrate, the life spirit yelled. It's time to heal. Oh, you're right. We also need to thank our benefactors, the heart spirit added. Everyone looked at the sky and bowed to everyone who came to their rescue. An intense gaze looked at the main mind, which immediately worried the spirits as they did not know what was going to happen. Then, they heard a voice, Fei. The voice was booming but contained the gentleness of the earth. I'm glad you can live again, even if it's in this form. The voice contained a deep melancholy and joy that passively infected all the spirits without noticing. Little guys, the voice continued as it focused on the spirit. Take good care of her. And if you need something, don't hesitate to ask. We will help you even beyond the grave. We will do our best, Sir, Lord, Your Excellency, Sir Lu said, his face red in embarrassment. He couldn't help it, as this was a natural instinct of lower lifeforms when confronted with higher dimension creatures. His mind was not working correctly, and coming up with words was harder than cultivating from a mortal to the pinnacle of the Paragon realm. The booming voice chuckled, what a funny little guy. Well, see you again. The spirits remained in their bowing position for a good 30 minutes after these spirits and consciousness disappeared. Alright, guys, I think they are gone. Let's start the healing process. Everyone nodded with a word before moving to repair the trial. The Mortalhood trial arc ends. The next arc is the finale to the Heavenlock arc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1469 The Trial's Aftermath. 1469 The Trial's Aftermath. Red Mist Forbidden Zone. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, immediately flipping through his book. Pages after pages were filled, and Heavenly Book every word with great concentration. He then chuckled, so, he chose love instead of being a pawn? I want to say that was predictable, but I didn't think he had it in him. Heavenly Book did not have all the information about Xianxia, but from the crumbs he deduced, he thought the latter would compete with Wang Wei due to his sense of inferiority. He believed he would want to prove himself to be better than Wang Wei, thus soothing the voice in the back of his mind that was constantly telling him he was not good enough. I made the right choice by not intervening, Heavenly Book thought. After Xianxia's defection, Grand Dao has to rely more on him. In other words, his value was just raised in the eyes of Grand Dao. Heavenly Book chuckled as he also understood why Grand Dao insisted on him intervening. The latter must have felt something about Xianxia and wanted assurance. The book's new update soon finished, and Heavenly Book analyzed all the latest information. The most crucial news is the fact that the Eternal Ascension world will soon be accessible. There is also a chance I won't need to fulfill the deal with Supreme Unity. However, I can use it as a trump card if necessary. Heavenly Book stood up. Supreme Unity's situation was not ideal, and now there were other ways to access the Eternal Ascension world, which the Heavenly Book wanted to prepare. Now that he's suffering, there is a chance he might be desperate and try to contact or attack me. So, I need to be careful when I move. He opened a portal to a chaos world called Furious Tao World, directly above a man whose aura oozed sadness and desperation. The man, dressed in all black, including black finger paints, was named Lingli, and he was cursed to be disregarded all his life. As soon as he was born, his parents forgot his existence. No one can see or touch him, and he cannot do the same. Lingli has lived numerous lives, but it's always the same. He cannot be seen or touched. This phenomenon is not just for mortals but cultivators alike. No, his curse was more horrifying than that. Lingli wanted a cure to his curse, so he cultivated to the peak of the Paragon realm before searching for an answer. He did then realize to the extent he was invisible, the extent he was ignored. The Book of Life forgot his name, meaning not only does he have no status in the world, he cannot even die. Fate does not have a string for him, meaning his fate should be his own, but it's not. Time cannot wash away his youth or longevity. Everything in the world has discarded Lingli, except for one thing, the Grand Tao Source. His connection to it and his ability to cultivate it are his only sources of tetheredness to this universe. However, Lingli has discovered that even such a truth was slowly changing. Although it's really slow, he knows it is only a matter of time before the Tao also abandons him. Heavenly Book appeared above Lingli, and with a wave of his hand, the depressed young man turned into a black coat. Can this thing be considered a failure? Heavenly Book created this artifact to avoid Grand Tao's protection. He called it the Heaven Disregard Robe, and it's significant to his plan. It will need a significant boost before it can be complicated. However, it's enough now to hide in front of these half-baked transcendents, he thought before putting the robe over his shoulder. Heavenly Book immediately entered a state in which all things in existence instinctively or naturally disregard his existence. Let's move. The all-seeing temple was an artifact shaped like a gray temple with motifs of the river of fate floating in primordial chaos. Today, the Destiny Council, a primal, supreme, and first-class seer meeting, occurred due to Grandma Just return. The meeting had a strange atmosphere, especially if viewed from an outside perspective. The primal seer, a young woman with gray hair and a pure white robe, sat on a cushion. On her right and left stood 5 people in gray robes, followed by another group in black. Although everyone stood in line on the right and left of the primal seer, there was a slight gap between the gray and black seers. Meanwhile, Grandma Ju was at the end of the lines, in the middle of the room about 20 meters from the primal seer, kneeling on the ground with her head on the floor. I did not expect the Eternal Ascension world to be so prepared, the primal seer uttered in a melodious voice full of vicissitude. Temple Lord, I have done my best, Grandma Ju stated. I can see that, the primal seer nodded. Although you failed your mission, you have brought valuable news. This merit will cancel your demerit. Thank you, Temple Lord, for your immense generosity, Grandma Ju swiftly said. The primal seer nodded before looking at a middle-aged man in gray to her left. You don't have to say anything. It's good that we have a new first-class seer in the temple. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth before nodding. The primal seer then looked at a gray-robed woman on her right and said, You did an excellent job cultivating such a seer for the temple. You know where to receive your reward. It's my duty. The woman replied as she saluted by cupping her hands. The primal seer looked at everyone. The entire chaos universe has eyes on us, waiting for more news about the all-heaven fate calamity. If we cannot provide more news, I'm afraid some people will get desperate. Time is running out, so our focus should be on this. As you wish, Temple Lord, everyone said in unison. Bai Longxing teleported home. What welcomed home was not this lavish palace created from the best materials from the chaos universes. No, what was before him was a cruel and catastrophic world. From above, Bai Longxing could see zones of destruction scattered everywhere. There were volcanoes, heavenly flame regions, intense wind regions, ice tantrum that could go past absolute zero, gravity zones that could reach beyond the limit of physiques, poisons worlds that contain strains from every world in the chaos universe, Yin-Chi graves, collapsing star/black holes dimensions, chaotic spatial temporal areas, chaos sectors, nothingness manifestation lands, etc. This place had everything, and in all these locations, body refiners were using them to temper their flesh. Bai Longxing took a deep breath, absorbing the energy in the environment. This was not Dao Qi, but the purest essence Qi. Any mortals living in this environment would grow up capable of lifting a dozen tons without exercise. And any body refiners would sacrifice one of their testes to live in this place. Bai Longxing looked at a palace located at the center of this chaotic world. The palace was all black and looked normal. It was hard to tell whether it was luxurious or what kind of materials it was made of. Bai Longxing flew to the palace and landed on his feet before entering. He headed directly to the mission hall. A man with a bare upper body sat on the floor, looking intently at a transparent. His muscles seemed to contract with the same rhythm of the flame's flicker. Uncle Dragonroot, Bai Longxing bowed. Report. Dragonroot said directly, and Bai Longxing told him everything, including how he behaved when he met Wang Wei. We predicted that the Dao opening sect's destiny would run out after Qiyuan or flourish unlike anything before. It seems it's the latter, Dragonroot muttered. What should we do about Wang Wei? It doesn't matter. Although his talent is one of a kind, it's not the first time we've encountered someone like him, and it probably won't be the last, Dragonroot said calmly. Plus, if he is important enough for someone to put a warning mark on him, he might be more trouble than he's worth. I see. If you want to be the mansion lord or the clan patriarch, you must demonstrate the ability to rally people behind you. Strength is not enough, you must demonstrate charisma and leadership skills. I understand, Uncle Dragonroot. Dragonroot nodded. You still did an excellent job, so it will be marked on your record. Bai Longxing knew this conversation had ended, so he saluted his uncle before leaving. His shadow morphed into an entity, staying in the room to communicate with Dragonroot. Eternal Ascension World, Wang Wei returned home, and he was immediately on the highest alert, fearing someone would sneak attack him. However, after not noticing anything, he relaxed slightly. He looked around before teleporting home. A bright smile plastered on his face as he returned to his transcending fate mountain. However, his peace did not last long as Wang Qi and Yu Kai rushed toward him. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/n says TIPY Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470 A Mother's Love. 1470 A Mother's Love. Patriarch, you're okay, right? Wang Qi said before running around him, touching him to ensure he was real. I'm fine, and stop touching me. Wang Wei controlled him so he remained standing before him. You disappeared after the others returned, so we thought something had happened to you, Yu Kai said with relief. I'm glad you're all right. Wang Wei was about to say something when numerous talismans suddenly rushed from the void. He received all of them, and they were from his acquaintances all over the world. They also noticed the disappearance of his karma and its reappearance a few minutes later, so they wanted to know what had happened. Wang Wei waved his hand to send a return communication to everyone. You're quite popular, aren't you? Wang Qi teased. Should the madam be worried? Wang Wei ignored him and asked Yu Kai, did the ancestors contact us during my death state? No, but a depressing atmosphere loomed over the sect during that period. I reckoned it was them, Yu Kai explained. I see, Wang Wei nodded. What exactly happened? Yu Kai asked curiously. I met a troublesome opponent and had to fake my death, Wang Wei replied truthfully. And how strong are you exactly? Strong enough to be a supreme elder. Yu Kai smiled wryly. Although I expected it, I was still surprised. Yu Kai sighed. The man was worthy of his position as a primal seed. In such a short period, his strength has reached such a realm. Patriarch, the people in the lower dimension must be freaking out about your disappearance, Wang Qi warned. I know, but there isn't much I can do now, Wang Wei sighed. The lower dimension is still one of Heavenly Dao's last bastions of resistance against supreme unity in case it loses this war. This also means access from the upper dimension is wholly cut off. Your soul flame should have been relit like ours, so it should be fine, Yu Kai reassured them. Hopefully. The three let the silence linger before Yu Kai spoke again. Now that you've returned, what do you plan to do? Wang Wei did not immediately answer him but looked at the sky. It's time to end this era. Yu Kai's eyes sparkled. Many people have been waiting for this moment for too long. Do you need anything? I'll ask if I do, Wang Wei nodded. Yu Kai did not overstay his welcome and soon left. Not long after, Grand Elder Yan Shui came to check on him, but the latter only stayed a few minutes. Wang Wei and Wang Qi soon arrived at the manor. Wang Wei did not enter but headed for his garden and fishing pool. How long have you been gone? He asked. 9,789 years, Wang Qi replied. The ratio to the trial is not too bad, Wang Wei nodded. Anything happened that I need to know? There are a few things, Wang Qi reported. Firstly, a few loose cultivators tried to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Did they think the peak lineages sent all their best powerhouses and now were vulnerable? Exactly. Were they eradicated? Wang Wei asked. Not exactly. Oh. Paragon Jimin interfered. He also used this opportunity to recruit many of them into his new faction, the Thousand Faces Valley. We've always known Jimin was ambitious, so it made sense he would use this opportunity. I would wager he probably secretly instigated them in the first place, Wang Wei calmly commented as he played with a deep blue flower. You said he interfered. How? He first tried to mediate on behalf of these cultivators and used the fact he was the only surviving paragon left in the world. Threats, huh? Wang Wei muttered. I thought he would be more tactful than that. He knew whom to threaten, Wang Qi emphasized. Jimin threw his paragon weight to the overlords but did not dare threaten them. So, he's smart, Wang Wei nodded. What else happened? The Divine Faith Haven threw a fit after learning their people died, Wang Qi continued. They said some nasty words publicly against us and even sent an ambassador to ask for an explanation. Did the sect deny it? Of course, we even fought back by saying we won't take kindly to unsubstantiated rumors. That's the right approach, Wang Wei nodded. Although he planned to eliminate the Divine Faith Haven, he still had to act innocent to the public eye to preserve the sect's reputation. In this world, reputation equates to luck and destiny, and although their sect has reached the point in which rumors have little effect on them, they still have to keep appearances. Someone tried to free Time Eater, Wang Qi said, making Wang Wei pause his flower gazing. Don't worry, the operation failed, but we did not capture the culprit. He's indeed an instability, Wang Wei uttered, his brow furrowing deeper. Lastly, Du Tsong wants to see you. He's not dead? Wang Wei asked. Du Tsong was the leader of his new mortal civilization. His lifespan limit of 10,269 years should have expired by now. It's the least I can do, Wang Wei replied. His next focus should be the lock, but based on Mithraya's previous warning, he still had plenty of time. However, Time Eater's looming presence has motivated Wang Wei to kickstart things as soon as possible. Before I check on him, I need you to fetch two people for me, Yang Guo's mother and the Xia clan matriarch. No problem. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in simple blue robes walked toward Wang Wei. She had an ordinary face but green eyes as bright as the stars. Her aura showed a calm woman of wisdom, but she was also someone who had experienced much in life. My son is dead, isn't he? Fu Yangqing asked. I'm sorry, Wang Wei said, looking her in the eyes. And I'm guessing you have no intention of reviving him, she continued. No, but I can protect your safety and well-being. Why? Because I'm valuable? She asked, staring at him directly. Your son is the one who serves me, not you. Fu Yangqing looked him in the eyes, trying to see whether he meant it or not. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Thank you for the offer, but there is no need. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, wondering why she was being so headstrong. There is something you can do for me, Fu Yangqing continued. I want to reincarnate with all memories and a blessing. You want to cultivate to the Paragon realm in your next life to revive your son? Wang Wei asked. That's right, she nodded. After her husband sold her to one of the moons, Fu Yangqing had only one person she could count on, her son. Now that she has lost him, she'll do anything to get him back. You do understand that by the time you become a peak paragon, so long would have passed that the difficulty of reviving him will increase by an astronomical amount? And that's only if you ever become a peak paragon? Wang Wei questioned. I do, but it doesn't matter, does it? The firmness in her eyes was unwavering. A mother's love transcends all, and nothing can stop this woman from embracing her son again. I guess it doesn't, Wang Wei nodded. He pointed his finger to her forehead and transmitted a group of information. What's this? Detailed copy of your son's existence, Wang Wei explained. With this knowledge, you only need to become a peak paragon and use existence reconstruction to revive him. Thank you, Fu Yangqing said sincerely, her voice even choking briefly. She bowed fully to display her thanks. She knew how valuable this information was and how much time and effort she would save. In fact, she had no idea how valuable Wang Wei's information was. Existence reconstruction is vague and not detailed because the person doing the reconstruction cannot directly observe the blueprint like Wang Wei. But if they could, Fu Yangqing would be capable of perfectly reviving her son to the state before the tribulation. Although Yang Guowei would lose his cultivation progress, he would also have another opportunity to become a paragon again. Of course, that's only if Grand Tao allows this level of existence reconstruction. Alright, let's get to it, Wang Wei said. In my name as the fate-dominating emperor, as a boundless paragon, as the three-realm emperor, as the immeasurable emperor, I grant you the titles of the one blessed by wisdom, and the mother who defies fate. A golden light enveloped Fu Yangqing, purifying her soul. Her multicolored Shi-Luck dragon manifested before the horns turned white. Wang Wei condensed a black jade talisman to hand to it. Wait until the lock is gone to activate the talisman, he instructed. Although it was fine for her to reincarnate now since the lock only blocked communication to the underworld, not reincarnation itself, he did not want her to take the risk. Wait until the lock is gone to activate the talisman, he instructed. Although it was fine for her to reincarnate now since the lock only blocked communication to the underworld, not reincarnation itself, he did not want her to take the risk. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1471 Du Tsong's Farewell. 1471 Du Tsong's Farewell. Wang Wei calmly watched Fu Yangqing fly away, sighing deeply to himself. A mother's love can be like an endless abyss. He hoped for the best for her but did not have much hope. Even with his blessing, Fu Yangqing's chances of becoming a paragon were slim, let alone a peak paragon. There is also the fact that she will face more trials and tribulations because of those blessings. Come out, he said, looking at a tree near his location. A thin elderly lady walked out behind the tree, wearing tight black clothes that almost reminded Wang Wei of ninjas. He immediately noticed a few anomalies as he glanced at this old woman. She made no sounds when walking, her body had no odor even with his extreme senses, her vitality was undetectable, her aura non-existence, light did not refract on her, she had no shadow, and even as Wang Wei looked at her, it was as if no one was before him. The Tao of concealment, and she's cultivated it to the extreme, Wang Wei analyzed. You must be matriarch Xia Huan. Primal seed, Xia Huan bowed deeply. My shadow is currently unavailable, meaning I'll need someone to assist me. It's my honor to serve you, Xia Huan replied immediately. Don't be too quick to agree, Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. I've modified the Lord's shadow technique to allow someone to be my temporary shadow. However, once I separate from the shadow, they will enter a period of weakness of at least 100,000 yuan epochs. Xia Huan frowned after hearing this. The good news is the technique will allow you to experience the strength, mindset, and even Tao application of a paragon, which will be immensely helpful to your paragon tribulation. Then, I'll accept, Xia Huan said without hesitation. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded as he manipulated his shadow to take a humanoid form. Then, the shadow condensed a black crystal to hand to Xie Huan. Wang Wei also gave her a token. This should help you control my fate's shadow guard. I will do my best to serve you. Xie Huan bowed deeply. Wang Wei dismissed her before looking in the distance. He teleported to a small, isolated village in the central origin domain. A young girl was pushing an elderly man in a wooden wheelchair. The elderly was old, too old, so old that the stench of death oozed out of him. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, the young girl took a defensive stand. A black and slim armor materialized on her body, followed by 2 shadow daggers. "Shiner, be at ease," Du Tsong said, raising her hand to signal her to back down. "Lord Guardian, I'm glad you came to see me before I leave this mortal coil." "It's the least I can do after everything you've done for me," Wang Wei replied. The mortal civilization no longer had to hide and spread everywhere under the Dao opening sex territory. Under Du Tsong's leadership, their civilization has thrived and prospered. With a quick check, Wang Wei knew they'd developed to the point of escaping under the threat of a one-leaf immortal venerable. "Shiner, can you give us some privacy?" The young girl hesitated, still looking at Wang Wei warily. Du Tsong chuckled. "You've read the history book and seen his pictures. Do you think you need to worry about the Guardian?" A look of realization flashed in the girl's eyes, and she bowed to Wang Wei and Du Tsong before entering the shadow and disappearing from sight. "Come, let's have a chat," Wang Wei said as he summoned a table. "Do you want to drink tea or wine?" "This is probably my last minute in the world, so let's have some wine," Du Tsong said, and Wang Wei poured him. After a sip, Du Tsong sighed deeply. "We've improved so much in all aspects, but we are still being in everything." "Your civilization contradicts the world system," Wang Wei answered. "Grand Dao has established that cultivation is a long and tedious process. It is one of the prices cultivators have to pay for their strength, and the system exists to manage the infinite lifespans of cultivators. If the system allowed your civilization to have the power on par with, let's say, Paragon, this would mean you can achieve the pinnacle of power relatively quickly. Grand Dao will not allow that." After becoming a paragon, Wang Wei had a better understanding of heaven and earth, so he could comment on the situation without reservation. "Can't Grand Dao just remove the limit on our lifespans? Make it harder and longer for us to build more powerful armors and constructs?" Du Tsong stated. "In that case, you would just become cultivators," Wang Wei explained. "To be precise, you would become an alternate refining Dao cultivation path. So, in the end, everything comes down to the fact we are mortals," Du Tsong said with gritted teeth. "That's right. In Grand Daoist design, there needs to be a hierarchy, with mortals at the bottom and cultivators at the top, to motivate people to climb up." "What a shit system," Du Tsong cursed. "All that suffering, all the pain, all the inequalities, all the injustices, it was all to motivate others? How is that fair? Why can't everyone be immortal? Why can't everyone choose whether they have the ambition to climb the ladder or just want a calm and peaceful life? Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who designed it," Wang Wei said as he shrugged his gourd. "Yes, but you have no desire to change it, do you?" Du Tsong said as he rose to his feet. "You just want to escape the system, to be free from it." "You said that it was a bad thing," Wang Wei replied calmly. "But you could do so much more." Du Tsong banged his fist on the table. "Like what?" Wang Wei asked. "I've laid the foundation for your civilization, provided ideas and resources, given you room to grow, shown you respect and loyalty, and protected you from harm. What more do you want from me?" Wang Wei asked. "Do you expect me to fight Grand Dao to change the system for you?" Why not?" Du Tsong said as he sat back down, his shoulder no longer as upright as before. "I have never hid who or what kind of person I am," Wang Wei said. "The reason I kept a distance from you guys and gave you so much autonomy was that I did not want you to see me as your savior. If you want to fight for your freedom and ideal world, I will not stop you. On the contrary, I'll be more than happy to support you from the shadows. But do not expect me to share your plight. I have my own goal and path to follow." Du Tsong let these words sink in, and for a moment, He wished he could draw himself in the wine. Do you think it's possible? Do we have a chance at winning and changing the system? That, I don't know, Wang Wei replied. What I do know is nothing will change if you don't try. Du Song was silent for more than 10 minutes, drawing himself in the alcohol during the entire time. Time is up, he muttered before looking at the sky. My only regret in this life is that I won't live to see the bastard responsible for the plague suffer for their crime. If it makes you feel better, I may not live to see that day, too, Wang Wei joked. No, it didn't make me feel better, Du Song said honestly. Can I ask you something? What is it? Reincarnation is real, right? It is. Can I be reborn as a mortal, with no cultivation talent, for eternity? I also want to be reborn in this world. So, you want to try this endless battle that may be pointless? Wang Wei asked. You said it yourself, I won't know if it's possible without even trying. I must admit, I admire your dedication, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to release a black and white light into Du Song's body. The old man smiled before slowly standing up. He fixed his robe and took one last look at the distance and the sky before slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. I'll see you again. See you later, Wang Wei saluted. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/says Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472 The Four Pieces. 1472 The Four Pieces, author note, a reader reminded me of a plot hole. I said only 2 factions have the word Dao in their name, the Dao opening sect and one faction long lost. However, I've been using the Skill Dao Association for a while. So, from now on, their name will be the Occupation Skill Association. I'm open to better name suggestions. Lastly, I would like to apologize to that reader. It's been 4 months since they reminded me, and only today do I remember fixing it. Limbo, I'm glad the kid is okay, Chiyuan said. I told you he had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily, Desolate added. You were the one freaking out the most, Yanhai sneered. Said the person who almost cried because he would lose the opportunity to tease Wu Hong, Desolate countered. Do you even care about the kid? It's not my fault if his greatest achievement in my eyes is getting together with her, Yanhai answered casually. It's good that he's alright, Battle Maniac nodded. Yes, the plan can continue as normal, Chiyuan sighed in relief. Are you sure about this plan? Yanhai asked. Normally, she doesn't question his plan, but this one was too simple. You didn't see it during the taboo, but I saw a glimpse of her power. We only need to give her the opportunity to use it, Chiyuan reassured. If you say so. We should focus on the future, to be precise, how we will return to our peak, Battle Maniac suggested. The kid brought enough memorialized luck for all of us to return to the Paragon realm, but the rest have to rely on us. What about your proxy avatars? Desolate asked. We can't use those, Chiyuan immediately answered. Before entering the ultimate taboo, they took a few of their proxy avatars and left one in the world. After so long, it wouldn't be surprising if those transcendents found those avatars and tempered with them, Chiyuan continued. Proxy avatars are supposed to be almost impossible to find, but not impossible. So, it would be foolish to risk their lives and use these things as a means of their revival. That makes sense, Desolate nodded. Should we warn the others? Battle Maniac asked. They should figure it out themselves, and if they don't, that's their problem, Chiyuan said calmly. Although they worked together, ultimately, they were competing factions. If you say so. Eternal Ascension World, Central Origin Domain, Southern Area, Yellow Tree Village. Wang Wei calmly looked at the new grave he had constructed himself. The young girl, Shiner, stood behind him, trying and failing to control her tears. Besides reincarnation with his memories and ensuring he returned to the Eternal Ascension World, Wang Wei provided no additional help to do. Cong non-immortal cultivators can only reincarnate 9 times before their souls are recycled to create a new soul or life with a completely different existence. As for mortals, less than 0.1% can retain the memories of their past selves, meaning they are recycled after 1 reincarnation. Du Tsong's soul as an enlightened human is different, meaning he may survive 2 or 3 reincarnations if he's lucky, but that's his limit. This is the first hurdle in your endless battle. If you cannot overcome this obstacle, then you better give up this fight, Wang Wei thought. Du Tsong's situation is reminiscent of Sage Duan Ru from the lower dimension. The only difference is Sage Duan Ru's soul will be nourished by his mortal Dao art. Maybe these two's lives will be intertwined, Wang Wei suddenly thought. He turned around and looked at the young girl. What is the protocol for his death? Although the teacher disagreed, it's already been decided that a civilization-wide funeral will be held, followed by a day of mourning that our people will forever celebrate for as long as our civilization exists, Xianxia replied. It seems Du Tsong was more loved than I knew, Wang Wei commented. He dedicated everything to the cause, even stopping himself from forming a family because he did not want them to have too much power and ruin the foundation of our civilization, Xianxia said. That was a wise move, Wang Wei nodded. If Du Tsong is as loved as the girl said, his family might suddenly become a royal family in the mortal civilization, ruining the democratic process that runs the civilization. This fact also shows Du Tsong's determination. If he wants his fight to succeed, he must become the civilization leader in each generation, which will not be an easy feat unless he reveals his identity. If you don't mind, I'll participate in the funeral, Wang Wei stated. 1307, it will be our honor. Wang Wei nodded before sending out 2 communication talismans, one of which was to Jia Ping. If there was one person who cared as much as this civilization, it was the former second prince. So, the 2 participated in the funeral, followed by the day of mourning. After the ceremony, Wang Wei and Jia Ping were about to leave when Xianxia rushed to see him. She knelt on the floor, with her head deeply imprinted on the ground. Lord, Guardian, please help me. There is no need for all that, Wang Wei said as he gently helped her up. Tell me what you need. I want to cultivate, Xianxia stated after a brief hesitation. Oh. And why is that? I want to live long enough to see the teacher and protect him in all his reincarnations, Xianxia said, her eyes more determined than they had been in her entire life. Are you sure about this? Wang Wei asked. If you do this, your people will consider your action a betrayal. There is also the lure of the power of cultivation. Once you become an immortal, there is a high chance you will abandon your original goal to pursue a higher realm and power. I won't change. Really? Wang Wei asked her, looking directly into her eyes. Can you promise to serve a weak and lowly mortal for the rest of eternity? Can you promise your heart won't waver as you watch him grow old and die over and over? Can you promise to remain unwavering as he fights a battle that is probably fruitless? I promise. Wang Wei looked at her. Although I could, I won't bind you with any spells to keep your oath. I'll leave the judgment to your heart. He pointed his finger at her, manifesting her fate line. Then, Wang Wei changed her fate, granting her a talent for cultivation. Finally, he handed her a token. Go to my sect, and they will train you until the great emperor realm. Be mindful you won't receive any exceptional treatment. How far you can go depends on how much you're willing to fight for. I want to build a dynasty with enlightened humans and their rune technology, Jia Ping said. That's fine, Wang Wei nodded. Although he granted these people free-range development, he still has access to all their products and developments. I will also need territory. Do you have a place you have your heart set on? The Icefield domain, Jia Ping replied. If I remember correctly, that's the intersection between our sect's territory and the Divine Faith Haven? It's obvious to me that the Lord has some plans for the Divine Faith Haven, and am willing to be the vanguard, Jia Ping said seriously. I like people who take the initiative, Wang Wei smiled. I'll send the poison demoness to help. If you need anything, ask, and the sect will provide it. Thank you, Jia Ping bowed before teleporting away. Wang Wei stood alone in the sky, looking distracted. It's time to destroy this prison. He's been feeling uncomfortable ever since his return. The dichotomy between the trial's environment and the eternal ascension world was too vast and noticeable. Wang Wei has only returned for more than a day, and he can already feel his mood changing. He was not the kind of person who could be caged or restricted, meaning every second he spent in this world was tortured. So, he did not want to waste another second in this place. For my plan to succeed, I need 4 pieces, Wang Wei thought. Sun Junyao is one, but she needs to work with another piece. However, I should give her time to prepare. He waved his hand to send her a communication talisman. Of the remaining pieces, that blood is the easiest to get, hopefully, that remains true. He had already sent a courtesy warning to the Occupation Skill Association about his upcoming arrival. So, he only needs to wait a while before heading there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1473 The First Piece. 1473 The first piece. While Wang Wei waited for the association to receive him, an invited guest came to see him. Prime Minister Zhu, what brings you here? Wang Wei asked as he sipped his tea. Are you here to make another deal? Where is Honghua? Zhu Qinghuang asked directly. Why are you asking me about your people? Wang Wei asked back, not hiding his confusion. This is not a joking matter. Where is she? Watch your tone. Wang Wei said with squinted eyes, sending chills down the latter's back. However, the Prime Minister did not back down. I can tell you honestly that we are prepared for an all-out war for her, Zhu Qinghuang warned. First of all, you are accusing me of something that I haven't done, nor do you have any proof of, Wang Wei said calmly. But if you want a war, I can give you one. How about I take this opportunity to slaughter all of you? You. I probably couldn't get through your dynasty's main array, but it should be no issue slaughtering all your citizens and ruining your luck, Wang Wei stated calmly, and Zhu Qinghuang stared at him with flaming eyes. You see that? That's how you make a threat, Wang Wei continued before slowly sipping his tea. He let his words marinate, increasing the pressure on the Prime Minister. The last time we spoke, you were confident, nay, arrogant, you could protect her. But now that she has escaped your grasp, you come barking at me like a mad dog. How does that make sense? We know you did it. Besides you, who could remove our tracking method? Zhu Qinghuang countered. As much as I'm flattered that you think so highly of me, haven't you received the information of what happened in the trial? Wang Wei asked. There were so many factions with powerhouses on the level of the two suns. You don't think your method can hide from them, right? From what you know, Honghua might have surrendered to them in exchange for her freedom. Or worse, someone noticed your so-called tracking method and was interested, so they captured her. Cong would have rescued her if she was captured, Zhu Qinghuang fought back. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. So, she left of her own volition? Well, I can't blame the poor girl. Zhu Qinghuang took a deep breath to calm down. I'm going to need you to hand over Hua Shui. Wang Wei chuckled in response. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You'll stay here as our guest until your dynasty comes to get you. The Prime Minister was about to display another bout of outage but found himself unable to move or speak. Sect Master, Wang Wei called out, and Yu Kai's projection appeared before them. Send news to the Qin court that their Prime Minister has wrongly accused us of something we have not done and, in the process, offended a paragon. If they want his return, they must pay remuneration. Our sect's face cannot be trampled like that for no reason. I understand, Yu Kai nodded. How much are we speaking of? We only want to save face and show our attitude, so one piece of paragon tier material is enough, Wang Wei said. But you can negotiate for more, just don't go too far. It will be done, Yu Kai bowed before dissipating. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to the Prime Minister. You're lucky I'm not putting you in a prison. He waved her hand to send him to the Ambassador Mountain reserved for the Qin dynasty. But this time around, the mountain was isolated by arrays to display his status as a prisoner. Once Zhu Qinghuang was out of sight, Wang Wei forgot about him. He knew how to play the political game of these overlords. As for the Qin court's remark about war, he believed it was a bluff, but even if it were real, Wang Wei would still not back down. The only advantage the Qin court had over the Dao opening sect was Hongjun's butterfly jade pendant, which is supposedly a transcendent artifact. As long as they planned for that, the only result of an all-out war would be Qin's destruction, or things would develop into an all-out war of the overlords, forcing everybody to come to the table to make peace. A few days later, Wang Wei teleported to the Rune source domain, the location of the Occupation Skill Association's headquarters. Unlike before, when the overlords hid their headquarters in hidden dimensions, they were now in the open. Tong Ruobing led a small team of delegates in receiving him. The Empyrean Battle Taboo Realm? Wang Wei commented as soon as she saw him, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She tried to hide it and all her other information, but it was useless. It kind of happened, Tong Ruobing said. When she was helping Mulei become unique to increase his status in the primeval mansion, she thought maybe she could also benefit from his improvement and thought of a method of Dao companions to share life and death together. While trying to devise such a method, Tong Ruobing discovered a rare yin-yang material from the refining tower and used it. The result was that both couples managed to share their foundation, allowing them to link their existence and benefit from each other's advantages. In other words, Mulei and Tong Ruobing entered the battle taboo realm before becoming paragons. It seems like luck was on your side, Wang Wei commented. A few of his peers were also lucky as Tong Ruobing, including Xiao Tiandi and Sun Junyao. Meanwhile, others like Yi Dafu and Lin Fan had to rush to increase their strength. The rest, like Jian Wushuang and Ao Shen, were not so lucky and became paragons first. And you could have figured it out yourself, Wang Wei replied. We are no longer heaven-chosen competing for one chance at immortality. By now, you should know the importance of being slow and steady. Isn't that hypocritical coming from you? How so? Wang Wei asked, quite confused. You become a paragon in record time while also checking everything on the list to ensure you have the best foundation possible. There is nothing slow about you, but you still have all the advantages and preparation of someone steady. That would be a fair point if I portrayed myself as just an ordinary cultivator instead of an anomaly, Wang Wei said, not trying to brag but telling the truth. I forgot how frustrating it can be to talk with you, Tong Ruobing sighed deeply. Alright, let's get this meeting started. Wang Wei shrugged before following her for a brief tour of the association before directing him to Destiny Peak. Wang Wei noted she did not take him to the primary mountain, the association president's ruling area. It seems that women still have immense power even after the association master has become a paragon, Wang Wei thought. Elder Chen and countless others received him before starting a banquet. The food and wine were out of this world, especially since they were from the cooking and winery mountain. Although these professions were not so famous, the association still trained a few talents, especially in the wine department. Many people dabbled in wine as a secondary Dao, with swordsmen being the majority. Then, after a few hours of tedious conversation about nothing, the real talk started. So, what brought you here for this visit? Elder Chen asked politely. I'm here for the abomination creature's blood, Wang Wei said. He now knew the old ones were not called as such in the Chaos universe but referred to as the abomination. 2331, it is in our hands, Elder Chen admitted before waving her hand to signal someone. An Empyrean elder approached from another table and opened a wooden box to show a purple liquid shining with golden light. As you can see, we've spent much effort to purify it. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. We have no problem handing it over, but would you mind telling us what you plan to do with it? Elder Chen asked. Not possible, Wang Wei answered without hesitation, and his refusal made the previous joyous atmosphere slightly tense. We understand you plan to utilize it to destroy the lock, Elder Chen said, her soothing voice easily eliminating the tension. You know a lot, Wang Wei commented casually. We just want to know your plan and see how we can help. The answer is still no. So you don't trust us? The president asked. Now you're getting it, Wang Wei replied, and the present was slightly shocked by such a direct answer. Listen, I've only survived so long despite being its target, Wang Wei pointed at the sky, is because I'm overly cautious. I don't know your association and whether you have been infiltrated. The mere fact that I showed up so openly puts me in grave danger. How can you say that? No, he has a point, Tong Ruobing added. We cannot be too careful when dealing with beings on that level. The president wanted to say something but remembered what happened during the Ji Qingming and Tianxian battle. I understand your point of view, Elder Chan stated. But you have to see ours as well. This conversation is meaningless, Wang Wei replied. Your faction wants the merit and destiny for participating in the lock's destruction, but the distribution is not up to me. But the plan is yours, and you can give us a greater role. Like I said, I don't trust anybody with this matter, so the plan relies almost entirely on me, Wang Wei continued. However, if things do not go accordingly and I need more help, I will be more than glad to ask your association. Can I take that as you giving us your word? You can, Wang Wei admitted. If things reached such a point, Wang Wei could guess how dangerous subsequent plans would be. If the association wants to offer him aids, mainly cannon fodders, hell take them. Good. I know you have a reputation for keeping your word, so I won't ask for anything in writing, Elder Chen said. I'm sensing a but, Wang Wei sighed. Yes, before we hand the blood over, we would like to discuss our luck artifact. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/n says TFY Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1474 Sage Rune Halo. 1474 Sage Rune Halo, and, the people on my Discord did not like the name Occupation Skill Association. So, the new name is Skill Path Association. There will also be a brief explanation in this chapter for the name's explanation. Your luck artifact? Didn't you retrieve it from the Southern Chu dynasty? Wang Wei asked. According to them, you and the barbarian race's heir raided the storage room and took most of the Chu dynasty's treasures. As I said to you, we did raid their treasury, but your treasure was not here by the time we got to it, Wang Wei replied calmly. The artifact was powerful and unique, meaning he needed to wait for someone of miscellaneous skill level to copy it. In other words, he must buy as much time as possible. Elder Chen looked him in the eyes, trying to see through him. Unfortunately, she saw nothing but an innocent man confused by the situation. For such a potent artifact, don't you guys have a way to track it? Wang Wei asked. We're ashamed to say our method has been futile, Elder Chen admitted. I would offer my help, but since you guys seem to suspect me, I think that would be a conflict of interest, Wang Wei said. We don't suspect you, but as you know, this treasure is important to us, Elder Chen said in her soothing voice. I suspect you, the association president added. That artifact is the lifeline of our association, and we must retrieve it at all costs. The Dao Path tablet was the key to their association's rise. During the Golden Era, their founder, Sage Rune Halo, successfully refined what could be described as the first primal artifact in that era. The artifact was highly potent, allowing him to reach power beyond the peak Paragon realm. However, the news was leaked, placing Sage Rune Halo before the eyes of the Overlord's faction, who were in the initial stages of their creation. The sage knew that with his talent for refining, the only fate awaiting him was to be captured and integrated into these factions. The ability to create primal artifact meant he could mass-produce more than one of the three primary requirements to become a primal paragon. Sage Rune Halo did not want this fate, he wanted to be one of the overlords. So, he ran and hid himself. He thought he would not have this opportunity until an ancient rune opened, the rune of the Eternal Dao sect. Any sect capable of using the word, Dao, was unique, but to also have the name, Eternal, the same as this world's name, had greater implications than anyone knew in that era. Little knowledge from this sect remained in the Golden Era, but people started scrambling for information. The resulting information indicated that the sect appeared in the Second Era, or the era corresponding to the beginning of the Paragon Age. They grew into a faction that dominated the entire Eternal Ascension world alone. In other words, at its peak, the Eternal Tao sect achieved something that all overlords desired: absolute control. Of course, it's hard to say whether that faction was more powerful than the overlords of this era. After all, the Golden Era was the pinnacle of luck and destiny of the Eternal Ascension world, meaning the Eternal Tao sect was most likely lucky and ruled during an era without much competition. Regardless, everyone was excited for the rune of such an ancient and powerful lineage. Many people benefited from that expedition, including Sage Rune Halo. He discovered the refining hall of the Eternal Tao sect, recuperating lost knowledge and inheritance. More importantly, he found a small piece from their luck-condensing artifact. He used it to build the Tao Path tablet, inheriting a small portion of the Eternal Tao sect's chi luck. Ever since that, his destiny has changed, and he rose like a comet, securing his spot as one of the overlords. In the Universal Tao language, the character for Tao can be translated as avenue or path. Depending on how you write, these words can also serve as synonyms. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei answered. He almost lost control of himself as he realized the president and Elder Chen were using the tactic of good and bad cop that he used to watch in Western movies back on Earth. But as I said, your artifact is not in my hands. You said the Southern Chu dynasty might have handed it to the Qin court, Elder Chen asked slowly. More like claimed, the president added, not hiding his suspicions. According to our information, you confronted the human emperor's projection from limbo, Elder Chen continued. Was it over the artifact? No, it was over Shu Ren's nether hell. Why would the human emperor want such a thing? I don't know, but the fact he was willing to appear from limbo showed how much he valued it, Wang Wei said truthfully. And do you have proof of that? The president asked. I do, Wang Wei nodded. But I won't show it since this meeting is starting to feel like an interview I did not sign up for. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, suddenly increasing the tension in the room to the highest alert. I've exhausted my patient. Are you going to hand over the blood, or do I have to take it myself? The chill behind these words made everybody's hair stand straight. Elder Chen acted swiftly to defuse this situation. There is no need for all that. It's just that this item is too important for us. I understand this, but I think I've been quite forthcoming with your inquiry, Wang Wei responded. And if I have to be honest, I don't understand why, back then, your association succumbed to Time Eater's pressure and handed over the artifact. It's your fault you're in the current situation. The president immediately lowered his head. His, and the association's greatest shame, was handing over that artifact. Back then, Elder Chen had just injured her existence to fall to the Empyrean realm, and he was a young and inexperienced association president. So, when Time Eater and the others showed up, pressured him with their cultivation, and even used the two sons' names, he crumbled under the pressure and gave them the artifact. Elder Chen was enraged after she left seclusion, and if not for the further instability the association would suffer from a sudden change in power, he would have long been replaced. Over the years, the president has worked hard to prove himself, and Elder Chen saw it and rewarded him by not firing him. However, from that day on, his power was at an all-time low in the association. We indeed have ourselves to blame, Elder Chen sighed. She motioned her hand, and someone approached to deliver the blood to Wang Wei. He checked it before placing it away with a nod. Thank you, and my words from people still count. We appreciate that. Tong Ruobing escorted Wang Wei out before returning to the banquet room. The atmosphere was depressed since they did not achieve any of their set-out tasks. You know him better than us, Elder said as she looked at Tong Ruobing. What do you think? He took it, Tong Ruobing replied without hesitation. Are you sure? The president asked as a mirror manifested in his hand. The mirror of truth did not find any information. What makes you say that? Elder Chen asked. Intuition. How is that useful? The president almost rolled his eyes. Wang Wei's nature is greedy, but it's a calculated greed, Tong Ruobing stated. When he does something, it's usually for two purposes, benefiting himself or benefiting his sect or the people he cares for. As soon as he learned of the artifact's existence, he would have planned to get his hands on it. But doesn't he know this artifact is the kind of thing that we are willing to war over? The president asked. Are you saying he's willing to force his sect into a war for greed? How is that benefiting his sect? Oh, he knows, Tong Ruobing replied. And with his political savvy, he knows the ramifications of his actions. He knows better than to break the balance between the overlords. Tong Ruobing shook his head. Although the Dao opening sect would decimate the association in a war, the other overlords would not allow this to happen since the foundation of the association would only increase the Dao opening sect's overall strength. Then, what's his purpose? He wants to copy it, Tong Ruobing answered. He did the same with the Enlightening Emperor Academy's Dao tablets in the lower dimension. Can that artifact be even copied? The president asked. Yes, it can, Elder Chen said. With miscellaneous skill, ample resources, and a bit of luck, they might do it. That's why he's denying it, Tong Ruobing continued. He's buying time to wait for their returns. The room was briefly quiet until the president asked, so, what do we do now? Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1475 A Little Restless. 1475 A Little Restless. Since we know he has it, can we demand its return? An elder asked. Don't say such a stupid thing. We know he has it, but where is the proof? So, that's it? Do we have to wait until the ancestor returns to get it back? But even then, will he hand it over before he copies it? No, we must do something, Elder Chen said before looking at Tong Ruobing. How strong are you compared to Wang Wei? His strength has always been higher, and given that his cultivation is much higher than mine, I doubt I have a chance at winning, Tong Ruobing replied truthfully. What about if you have a primal weapon? Elder Chen asked. Do we have such a thing? We were forced to seal it during the moon's reign, but it can still be used, Elder Chen admitted. Tong Ruobing pondered, does the Dao opening sect have a similar weapon? Or one close to that level? They should, Elder Chen answered. Then, unless you can prevent them from using, it won't make much of a difference, she analyzed. That is a shame, Elder Chen sighed. Tong Ruobing was their most powerful fighter, and even if she were at her peak, Elder Chen did not think she could defeat her. So, that's it? The president asked. Diplomacy has failed, and force is not an option. There is nothing we can do directly about the artifact, she sighed deeply. Directly? Meaning there is something we can do? The president swiftly asked. There are currently countless loose cultivators whose pride and sense of self have been inflated after becoming paragons, Elder Chen muttered slowly. It's only a matter of time before one of these imbeciles thinks they are strong enough to challenge an overlord given our current weakened state. If these people discovered we were missing our luck artifact, they would think we were weak and emboldened to choose us as their target. We need to nip this kind of thinking in the bud. You want to stage a demonstration of strength? The president asked. That's right. Who's the target? The Southern Chu dynasty, Elder Chen answered calmly. We have the perfect excuse, so why not use it? They are the perfect target, the president agreed. But our research revealed some connection between them and the Qin court. What if they intervene? It will depend on Binger, Elder Chen replied, looking at Tong Ruobing. Are you more powerful than the Qin court's new paragons? There was one prince who was slightly talented, but I doubt he would be much of a problem, Tong Ruobing answered. Good. You only need to assess the situation. If you think you can win, be aggressive and teach the Qin court a lesson. Don't push it too far since we are only sending a message. However, if he's a real problem, you can back up a little and give them face. I understand, Tong Ruobing nodded. Do you want me to deploy now? No, wait a little while, Elder Chen uttered. The trial has just ended, so let's observe the situation a little while before we move. In that case, call me when you think it's appropriate. Wang Wei slowly returned home. With each step he took in the void, he would teleport millions of light years away. While traveling, he was deep in thought about the meeting. All this talk about the luck artifact reminded me of this treasure's origin, Wang Wei thought. By now, people knew how the association inherited some of the luck of the Eternal Tao sect. It also reminded me of the fact the Sword Path League has also used a synonym of the word, Tao, in their name. There are no records of their association with the Eternal Tao sect, so which destiny did they inherit that Heavenly Tao did not punish them for using that name? Wang Wei remembered the League's request to Yan Hai and how they seemed almost desperate. At first, I was a little tempted to convince the ancestor. But now, I'm starting to think a greater secret is at play here. Wang Wei shook his head. He decided to tell the ancestor everything since the choice was not up to him in the end. The future wife said she participated in the Eternal Tao sect's ruin, Wang Wei contemplated. During that time, the First Origin War had long ended, a few of the older generations were already primal, and Wu Hong was a young and promising paragon. She said she received a book that was a comprehensive analysis of runes, but she didn't mention any luck, Wang Wei analyzed. However, given her relationship with the Skill Path Association, there is a chance she also inherited a small part, hence the primary source of their confrontation. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. If that's true, she may be able to absorb the association into the Origin Seal continent. If Wu Hong becomes the catastrophe's first transcendent, she will need to increase the foundation of the Origin Seal continent, and what better way to do it than swallowing the Skill Path Association? I'm sure she's thought of that and maybe even planned for it, Wang Wei thought with a smirk before rushing home. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei did not rush to utilize the blood. Instead, he turned invisible and undetectable before approaching the flame blacksmith. Without the latter's awareness, Wang Wei cast a spiritual hint into his soul to slowly forget about the existence of the Tao Path tablet. Although Wang Wei could erase his memory, a roundabout approach was more effective than a direct one. After all, regardless of anything, the flame blacksmith was a boundless paragon, and Wang Wei's soul Tao had not reached the paragon tier yet. After ensuring there were no issues, he returned to his manor. He snapped his finger, and a shadowy figure appeared before him. Matriarch Xia Huan had chosen someone to serve him until she completed her cultivation. Tell your matriarch that her first job is to keep an eye on flame blacksmith. As you wish. The shadow disappeared, and Wang Wei started his work. He observed the blood intently and had to admit the association did a great job in the purification process. They used numerous methods, including purification arrays, source cleansing talismans, transformative artifacts, and flame-purifying pills. There are even signs of other profession Tao methods of purification, Wang Wei observed. However, it's not good enough. At the existence level, Wang Wei still noticed some hidden sections of this blood. For example, he learned that whoever is the original source of this blood can use it to spy on others. In other words, Tulhun can spy on all its believers or people who are tainted by its power/blood. We can't have that, Wang Wei muttered before starting his own purification. He has discovered the best way to affect or influence the existence is through acupoints techniques. However, this was a pile of blood with no acupoints. It took a moment to devise a method. He plans to create an acupoint technique that uses the Bodis atoms. This should work, Wang Wei thought before trying. He locked himself in the room, trying to purify this blood to the best of his ability. However, less than 5 years after his retreat, he sensed something and looked into the distance. Cong stood opposite Paragon Jimin, and they were about to clash. The loose cultivators attacked the academy as well, and if I remember correctly, Jimin did not give them much face despite knowing Cong had a high chance of also becoming a paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. Now, it's revenge time? He observed these two closely with squinted eyes. No, I have a feeling that it's not that simple. Ever since the trial, I have this feeling that Cong is slightly restless. The battle was anticlimactic. Cong easily suppressed Jimin and Old Ma, forcing the prideful paragon to ask for help from Shu Niwanzu, the current ruler of the southern Chu dynasty. The former third prince came to repay his karma, but his presence made no difference. Cong defeated 3 paragons in a shocking display of power. Furthermore, he even captured Jimin and Old Ma, leaving the third prince to run away and hide under the protection of his dynasty's Chi luck. Cong did not run after him but made a public declaration. He first apologized for his actions, revealing why he acted in such a bold fashion, unbecoming of his character as a scholar. He followed that by inviting all the loose cultivators who had proven the Tao to become paragon to a seminar held by his Emperor Enlightening Academy. He told them there were many secrets of the paragon realm, which these lineages kept to themselves, and he was willing to educate everyone. He's definitely planning something, Wang Wei thought to himself before snapping his finger to summon his shadow. Activate our spies in the academy. I need to know what he's planning, as you order. Wang Wei continued his work, but less than 2 years later, another major fight took place. Tong Ruobing flew to the southern Chu dynasty, destroyed it, and captured Shu Nianzhu. After these two events, more small-scale confrontations occurred all over the world. The lock hasn't been removed yet, and these people are already fighting each other. Wang Wei shook his head. He wanted to ignore them but couldn't. He needed to ensure supreme unity was not secretly sowing discord as a last desperate attempt to return to the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476 The Stealers, and Lin Fan's Woe. 1476 The Stealers, and Lin Fan's Woe. Emperor Cong teleported to a hidden jail underneath the academy. He slowly walked toward Paragon Jimin's location. The latter was hung in the hair with 2 chains connected to his left and right hands. Jimin was in a terrible state, but his aura remained fierce and steadfast. Well, have you changed your mind? Cong asked calmly. However, the only answer he received was a mouthful of spit that was wiped away by the prison's protective barrier. Cong remained composed. He was not rattled in the slightest by the latter's action. Your follower, that old man, Cong continued. He chose to bow down as long as you're alive. He's quite loyal, isn't he? Why don't you reward his loyalty and follow in his footsteps? Jimin stared at him. He was not surprised that old Ma would bargain for his life. However, that old man was used to serving others all his life, so his choice was understandable. However, Jimin refused to bow down to anyone. He did not bow down to the moons or the 2 suns, so he would not bow down to Cong of all people. Oh, Jimin, you are an ambitious man who wants to rise to the top of this world with your own talent and effort, Cong stated in a strangely eerie but calm voice. Unfortunately, you are a wild cultivator with little to no knowledge or foundation. Look what's in my hand. Cong's palm contained a strange rune design that was releasing the aura of time. Jimin's eyes turned red. Yes, it's your time mark. It took a little while, but your ability to protect is subpar, to say the least. Cong was not only cultivating during the trial, but also training. After knowing the Battle Tower's ability, he used that opportunity to make up for his academy's lack of knowledge regarding battles between paragons. Things don't have to go this far, Cong explained. You will be a grand teacher in the academy with immense power. And if you want to be the headmaster, I have no issue allowing you to compete. I can even have it in writing to give you a fair opportunity. Together, we can build a lineage that will take its place at the top in the upcoming catastrophe. Unfortunately, all this grand soliloquy got Cong was a second round of spit, making him sigh deeply. So, you would rather die than surrender? Even those 2 beings beyond our scope of understanding didn't make me bow down, and you think death will? I'm offended you thought this would work, Jimin sneered. Oh, I knew the chances were small, Cong admitted. However, Jimin did not appreciate his calmness and felt a sense of foreboding. I only thought I would try one last time. If you're going to kill me, do it and stop all this talking. It's getting boring. I can't kill you, Cong said in a gentle voice. My academy has just started to prosper, so I can't bear the backlash of killing the first paragon of the previous era, at least, not yet. So, you want to torture me until I give in? Jimin sneered. You keep underestimating me, and it's disgusting. You and I know there are fates worse than death, and while torture is one of them, it will not be my approach, Cong continued. You said all this talking was boring. In that case, how about I show you? He snapped his finger, and the surroundings changed. Jimin realized he was at the top of a pagoda with millions of arrays forming a path underneath him, leading to the lower rooms in the pagoda. At the bottom was a young man cultivating. His body was releasing an aura that he could not mistake even in his dream. "That's you. Meet the Academy's first, Stealer," Cong stated with shining eyes. "Created from your Tao of thievery, they will become an elite dark force, stealing resources, knowledge, information, identities, and life. You motherf ********** bastard," Jimin yelled. "How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? It's heartbreaking, isn't it?" Cong asked with a scoff. "Knowing that I never needed you in the first place. You would have been the final jewel on my crown, but your existence was only to make things appear more authentic." Emperor Cong shook his head before calmly walking away. "Once someone meets the requirement, they will swallow everything you have, including your luck and destiny. Only then will you truly become useless, and they'll grant you your wish of death." Kong's parting words echoed in the pagoda, even suppressing the sound of rattling chains. "Those spies are getting annoying," Su Shi sighed. "The Academy currently has 4 boundless paragons, technically 5, including her. Her teacher is the headmaster and is busy with his affairs. Paragon 9 Death was sent out to contact other factions and send invitations to the upcoming seminar, leaving Su Shi and Lin Fan to protect the Academy. However, Lin Fan has been distracted, leaving all the work to Su Shi. She flew to their residence, where she saw him staring into the distance with a daze. Su Shi frowned before approaching. "All right, I can't keep silent anymore. I thought I should give you space and you would come to me when you were ready to talk, but now, I think I made the wrong choice by not being direct." "So, what is going on?" Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face. He has seen it for over 10,000 yuan epochs but still finds her as stunning as the first day they met. He sighed before taking Su Shi into his embrace. "I can feel it, she's about to ascend." "You're talking about Suya? Is that why you've been in a hurry? Did something happen during your time washing tribulation?" "No, you were in this state before the tribulation." "Yes and no," Lin Fan answered. "My hatred for her was almost exploited during the tribulation, but it only fueled my drive and hatred for her." Su Shi did not want hatred and rage to drive him, but she understood that some things cannot be forgiven. "Is that it? Is that why you've been acting differently? I know you hate her, but if you let her existence affect you so much, I'm afraid it won't be long before you develop a heart demon. It's incredibly difficult for people of their cultivation realm to develop heart demons, but it will be a nightmare once they do. The heart demon will literally turn Lin Fan into a mad devil cultivator driven only by his desire to kill Suya. And if he succeeds in this endeavor, he won't magically turn back. He will blame someone else for his problems instead and transfer that hatred to them. Then, he will repeat the pattern, trying to fill an emptiness in his soul for all of eternity." "The teacher already talked to me about that," Lin Fan shook his head. "So, what is it?" "During the trial, I've been thinking about my child," Lin Fan said, tightening his embrace slightly. "I was looking forward to the Paragon realm because it meant I could see her again. However, I had a prophetic dream that something terrible would happen to her after the revival. That's why I've been so desperate to increase my realm and be as strong as fast as possible." Su Shi listened attentively, her brow furrowed deeply. "Prophetic dream? My intuition warned me of something wrong, so I tried to look into the future. After failing, I considered combining dream and time Tao for a better divination." "What did you see exactly?" "It was vague, but I was fighting desperately to protect someone. I could see what the person looked like, or I was fighting, but I knew she was my daughter. You were also there, fighting by my side, but I couldn't see anyone else." Su Shi's brow furrowed deeper. "I'm afraid things are not so simple." 2333 Remember what Wang Wei said about your connection with the Chaos Demon Gods? Are you saying they've been influencing me? Lin Fan asked in a severe tone. "All signs have shown that the upcoming catastrophe will involve beings on their level, meaning this is the best opportunity for their return," Su Shi analyzed. "And what better way to prepare than to start activating their pawns? What better way to control you than through your hatred of Suya and love for your daughter? Lin Fan clenched his hands so tightly that the space around him twisted. Su Shi even felt some of the power. Luckily, they were both body refiners in the elder fiend god realm. Calm down, she said as she turned to face him. She gently caressed his face. Getting angry and losing control will not help us. I know, Lin Fan sighed, but what am I supposed to do? I can't just suddenly let go of my hatred, I can't just pretend I don't want to see my daughter. And no one is asking you to do that, Su Shi reassured him. The catastrophe will be dangerous and chaotic, meaning many variables will exist. Variables mean opportunities for us to triumph over our fate. Lin Fan looked her in the eyes before gently placing his forehead on hers. I don't know what I would do without you. I've asked myself the same question many times. The couple chuckled before sharing a passionate kiss. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1477 The Second Piece. 1477 The second piece Wang Wei's atom acupoint technique was successful, but he was not satisfied with the final outcome. He noticed a few places in the blood's existence that he could not understand, let alone remove. Things never go as planned, Wang Wei complained before thinking of Plan B. Numerous magic circles materialized in front of him before entering his body. The best solution to this problem was to sacrifice his body. He will accelerate the effect of the blood from his soul before abandoning his body and recondensing a new one. 3 million years passed outside, but Wang Wei spent 30 million years with this project using the sect's best time acceleration array. Of these 30 million years, he only spent 2 million years purifying the blood, and the rest was spent placing magic circles on his body to isolate the blood's effect on his soul. Now everything is ready, Wang Wei muttered as he walked out of his cultivation room. As soon as he left, two people came to see him, Wang Qi and Shi Huan. Let's start with you, he said, looking at Wang Qi. Is everything prepared? Yes, the sect has prepared a grand source pool for you to condense a new body. Grand source pool? I thought they would use some qi from the source qi space, Wang Wei commented. Grand source pool can only be artificially created by Emperor Path cultivators by gathering and preserving the power from the Grand Tao source. It's the purest form of energy/power in the world, but it takes too long to make these pools. Only the best for you, Wang Qi replied with a smile. Good. What about the unsoiled body pill? It's ready, Wang Qi nodded. But what do you need that for? Wang Qi only recently learned this pill was something Supreme Elders, peaked paragons, used, so he was intrigued. I'm just being cautious, Wang Wei replied. He may not need the pill, but he needed to prepare just in case. What about you? Anything to report? A few noteworthy things, Xia Huan answered. Our spy could not get much information from the academy since Cong has kept everything tight. We know that old Ma has surrendered, and he captured Jimin for a grand plan, but that's all. I'm getting intrigued about what he's planning, Wang Wei commented. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to build his academy, Wang Qi commented. That's just surface level, Wang Wei shook his head. He has something planned that will make achieving his goal easier. He did not have enough information to deduce something concrete, so Wang Wei was left with simulating thousands of possibilities. How did the seminar go? He asked. By all measures, it was a success, Xia Huan answered. He recruited many loose cultivators, and the rest owed him a karmic debt. The academy's luck thrived afterward. Did anyone try to interfere? Yes, there was a small disruption, but Cong showed his might by easily suppressing it, Xia Huan replied. Were there people behind the disruptors? Yes, but they left no traces, Xia Huan continued. The way there was absolutely no trace does indicate that it was likely one of the 13. In any other era, they would not allow Cong to so easily spread knowledge that can improve the overall strength of these loose cultivators, Wang Wei commented before sneezing. Especially the limitless exchange hall. Cong's stunt has prevented them from exploiting these loose cultivators with that knowledge. Isn't Cong worried about offending so many people? A shuffle is coming and the overlords, especially the weaker ones, are wary of any faction with potential to reach their level, Wang Qi said. They will be wary of him whether he likes it or not, so why worry? Wang Wei chuckled. On the contrary, now that the overlords are in a weakened state, it is the perfect time for him to act with impunity. Are you saying he'll do even more? Wang Qi asked. Most definitely, Wang Wei nodded. He's just waiting for the right time, which I'm about to give him. He's waiting for you to be occupied, Wang Qi said with shining eyes. If I guess correctly, his next target should be the weaker academies with little to no affiliations. And if he has the balls, he'll also target the large academies. But those are affiliations of the Grand Sect Alliance? Wang Qi asked. It's a calculated move, Wang Wei said. The Grand Sect Alliance will need to recuperate after the lock. Their primals will take some time to return to their peak, time that Cong will need to become a primal. That seems a little too bold, Wang Qi frowned. Even if he succeeds, he'll only be one primal against 5. He alone is enough, Wang Wei replied. As long as he used the threat of possibly joining another overlord, especially us, it should be enough to stop the Grand Sect Alliance and buy him enough time. However, a bolder approach would be for Lin Fan, Su Shi, and 9 Death to become primal around the same time as him. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he caught an inspiration. He remembered the conversation he had with Cong at the academy. So, that's what he is planning? That explains why he was so eager to rapidly increase his realm or save these people. He wanted to build momentum for his case. Have you figured it out? Wang Qi asked. Well, what is it? Wang Wei did not answer him but looked in the distance instead. Want to fight with me? Lucky for you, I never planned to continue holding that burden again. Wang Qi wanted an answer but he knew the patriarch long enough to know when he's willing to talk and when he won't. So, he could only sigh to himself. Lord, do you need me to put more people in Cong's academy? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. He wanted to give Cong the illusion that he knew nothing of his goal and wanted to find out at all costs. Anything else to report? There have been small-scale confrontations between the demon race and the innate demon gods. Already? They've controlled themselves, but it appeared war might immediately start after the lock. Those two factions know destiny has arrived to finally determine victory between them, Wang Wei sighed. However, it's a stupid move to start fighting before we know what the upcoming catastrophe is. Wang Wei realized he may have to play peacemaker between these two. Although he also has plans to eliminate his competitors, that's only after knowing what the sect will be facing and how to survive. Wait, I don't have to play peacemaker since their ancestors will return and should understand the current need for peace, he realized. Ever since the lock, his mind has been functioning based on taking on all the world's burdens. However, after the lock, there will be plenty of people capable of helping/protecting the world. I remember the association destroyed the Southern Chu dynasty. What happened to the third prince? He escaped, Xia Huan replied. Escaping from Tong Rubing's hands? Was she sloppy, or is he that capable? Wang Wei muttered. Did the Qin court hide him? Our spy did not send news of any changes in the court, Xia Huan replied truthfully. Keep an eye out, Wang Wei ordered. Since they had nothing else to report, Wang Wei dismissed them. A few minutes later, Yutsong came to report to him about the Qin prime minister. The Qin court bowed their heads and paid to get their prime minister back. Yutsong even successfully negotiated 3 times the asking price Wang Wei set. After dealing with these affairs, Wang Wei finally had some free time and he waved his hand to summon a prisoner, Wrath. After the latter proved the Tao to become a paragon, he captured and imprisoned her. Wrath looked at him coldly. I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Wei said. How is this for my good? Because I know you're still a person who acts emotionally despite your cultivation realm, Wang Wei replied. Don't tell me you didn't plan to rush into that woman's lair and try to rescue these people despite knowing her strength? I'm not weak anymore. At worst, I can escape. You've proven my point, Wang Wei sighed. Alright, I'm in a hurry, Wang Wei said. Your adopted father should have left a means of protection for you in case I didn't keep my word to protect you. It's time to use it. Wrath stared at him, but Wang Wei did not care. Instead, he handed her a talisman containing his power of nothingness and an information talisman. I hope we won't need it, but just in case, this talisman contains Plan B in case negotiation fails. Wrath read the information and her eyes immediately shone brightly. When do we start? After I'm done dealing with the pest, Wang Wei replied. I'll be waiting. Wang Wei granted her access to his manor and mountain, but she was still not allowed to leave. He still did not trust her. Then, he headed directly to the second piece he needed to remove the lock, Time Eater. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1478 The Battle of Time Wielders begin. 1478 The Battle of Time Wielders begin. Void battlefield. Maitreya and Supreme Unity's vessels were crashing, but suddenly stopped. They simultaneously checked on the Eternal Ascension world, watching as Wang Wei flew toward Time Eater. It has begun, Maitreya said with a smile. To be exact, Monk Wuxia was the one who smiled, but his demeanor or mannerism was that of his teacher. What? Unwilling now that you're about to lose the game. No one knows who will be the final winner until the end, Seven Cauldron replied coldly. You have lost this game, and you know it, Monk Wuxia said, glaring at the cracks in Seven Cauldron's face. Wang Wei has done many things that he does not know whether they were useful, but they are. For example, he killed Seven Cauldron's son, the first son, out of paranoia and to prevent Supreme Unity from having another vessel. This was the best choice he could have made. Being a vessel is complex, especially for higher dimensional beings like themselves. Not everyone can be a vessel. Feng Heng and Wuxia became Maitreya's vessels due to their high spiritual attainments and their deep karma with her. Supreme Unity chose Seven Cauldron because she was his descendant and was created by him. However, after pushing her body and soul to the limit, Seven Cauldron had reached her limit. She could no longer sustain Supreme Unity's essence. Normally, the first son would have been his backup, just like Monk Wuxia was for Maitreya, but Wang Wei had the latter assassinated, leaving Supreme Unity with no choice but to try his best to preserve Seven Cauldron for as long as possible. Seven Cauldron stared at him without uttering another word. However, Monk Wuxia did not care. What a terrible fate that poor little girl has endured. All she wanted was your approval. After knowing the connection between the two, Maitreya checked on Seven Cauldron's past. That's when she learned Supreme Unity created Seven Cauldrons during his search for his transcendent path. The resulting experiment granted Seven Cauldron such a pure power of yin-yang that her sex was fluid, as she could change between man and woman. However, the fact that she could not control this power as a child also meant she was a failed experiment, so Supreme Unity essentially abandoned her after a few million years of observation, moving on to the next experiment. Seven Cauldron had no direct relationship with her father until the Moon Council. Before that, she tried her best to become powerful enough to gain his approval, but sadly, after becoming a paragon, her talent had dried up, and she made zero progress. So, when Supreme Unity called her to join the castle, she readily agreed despite knowing he probably only needed someone he could control. Seven Cauldron thought they would gain Supreme Unity's acknowledgement as long as they did a good enough job at the council, but the next time they met, their father had fused with Heavenly Tao, becoming even colder and more indifferent. After everything, her fate is to be used by you before being discarded. In the end, the poor lad could not escape the sea of suffering known as this world, Monk Wuxia sighed. Are you done? Seven Cauldron asked coldly. Yes, and it's time to end this. Maitreya knew she had made a mistake in how she handled everything. However, a small part of her is not sorry for the decision she made. The sense of dread she felt after realizing that Time Eater would bring catastrophe to the world is something she would never forgive. The only reason she regrets her decision to put all her focus into searching the infinite trichiliocosm is that she failed to find the source of that danger. Regardless of how she felt about that decision or the consequences, Maitreya knew she had to focus and ensure she made no mistakes from now on. So, she glanced at Seven Cauldron, no, Supreme Unity, and rushed in. She had one goal, to force this vessel to its end. Supreme Unity knew what fate awaited this vessel and tried to turn the situation, but it was useless. Even his desperate attempt to take Maitreya's vessel with him failed. As Maitreya watched, Seven Cauldron's body disappeared, followed by her soul and existence. She sighed in relief. Then, a look of grief flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, disciple, but I must also sacrifice you. Her only objective for preserving the vessel was to help Wang Wei with his plan to destroy the lock. Wang Wei arrived before the seal. He saluted the guards before looking at the enormous creature before him. Two enormous eyes opened, glancing at him. So, it has finally come to this, Time Eater said. His body slowly reduced in size as he transformed into his human shape. It appears so, Wang Wei nodded. A battle to determine the fate of the world, huh? I'm not the kind of person who chases after excitement, but I must say, this is quite exciting, Time Eater chuckled. The amusement on his face strengthened his calmness and confidence. We can all use a little theatric in our life, once in a while, Wang Wei replied. True. So, what are you waiting for? I know this is pointless, but I must try. After all, I consider myself a man of words before actions, Wang Wei stated. Is it too late to ask you to stop all this nonsense? There is still a chance you can save your life. Confident, aren't you? Time Eater smiled. Unfortunately, I know I won't lose. Are you in too deep? Tell me what you did, and maybe there is a way out. What's with all this talking? Let's get this fight started. Wang Wei frowned. Alright, how about a different approach? Let's make a wager. If I win this fight, you tell me what you did. You're an expert at fishing for information, Time Eater laughed. Unfortunately, your methods are useless to me. Is that so? Wang Wei sighed. Communication was useless, so that only left fighting to resolve this situation. Wang Wei slowly flew into the seal, facing Time Eater directly. The two titans released their aura, and the clash sent shockwaves and energy waves in the shape of lightning. His existence is foggy, Wang Wei thought, instantly raising his alert to the highest level. Time Eater was only a regular paragon with an 8-heaven cultivation, so how come he has the technique to hide his existence? No, that's not even the crux of the problem, Wang Wei analyzed. Maitreya or Supreme Unity should be able to observe his existence, so why was no one suspicious of him then? Supreme Unity would never have trusted someone he could not see through to rule the Moon Council, even more so for Maitreya. The only explanation is that whatever disguise he used before could not be kept for whatever reason. The seal should not have this effect, so what did this bastard do? Whose pawn are you? Wang Wei suddenly asked. The Genesis Age creatures? The Chaos Demon Gods? People from the Lost Age? The failed transcendence of the Old Ages? Or something else? What nonsense are you talking about? I thought the talking had ended, Time Eater sneered. He did not wait for Wang Wei to continue speaking and went on the offensive. Time Eater teleported before Wang Wei and punched him. Wang Wei felt a tremendous pressure and he evaded. Elder Fiend God 10 Heaven, he hid deeply, Wang Wei analyzed. He used a technique to boost his fleshly body strength before clashing directly with Time Eater. I am so envious, Time Eater said. I searched everywhere for the Mortalhood Trials token, or any token to these rare trials in primordial chaos, but I found nothing. Do you know how hard it is to thrive in the world when destiny is against you? Their clashes opened the earth, tore the sky apart, destroyed the environment, and crushed all signs of civilization. Luckily, Time Eater's seal removed all the inhabitants living in his domain to prevent him from using them to escape. Without any life to worry about and the seal isolated their battle to one area, these two fought without restraints. What happened to no more talk? Wang Wei asked. I can't help it. I've held so much in for so long, and now that everything is about to come to fruition, I can't help but release some of the pressure, Time Eater replied. Don't worry, I'm still in control. I won't release any useful information. Wang Wei sneered to himself. Unless they have personal and deep experience, most people, even extremely intelligent ones, cannot fathom the true horror of a Tao overlord. What people perceive as useless information can turn into the most profound mysteries or secrets in the hands of a Tao overlord. So, if Time Eater wanted to talk, he would not stop him. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Lazy Sage Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1479 Tit For Tat. 1479 Tit For Tat. His fighting skills are weird, Wang Wei thought. Are they from another chaos world? Chaos worlds have different cultivation systems, and even after Tier 10, where everything blends together, the influence of the mortal stages of cultivation has not disappeared. That's why Wang Wei felt Time Eater's skills were odd. It's as if he had spent most of his time influenced by a foreign cultivation system and skill set. No, I've seen other worlds' fighting skills, and by their standard, there is something still odd about Time Eater, Wang Wei analyzed. How can I describe it? Foreign? Ancient? It would make sense if those ancient powerhouses trained him. Wang Wei's theory that he was one of these creatures' pawns is getting more attractive. The clashes continued, each individual analyzing the other. He's powerful with well-mastered skills, Time Eater thought. However, it's apparent that he's young and lacks fighting experience. The number of worthy opponents he's faced in the same realm can be counted on one hand. He's made up for his lack of experience with his ability to learn and adapt to any situation, meaning the longer this fight goes on, the lesser chance I have at winning. Now that Time Eater had an inkling of his opponent's capabilities, it was time to stop testing the water. He waved his hand to manifest time chains that surrounded Wang Wei, with each string capable of aging the essence of their target. In other words, Wang Wei's body and soul will age, thus weakening him in the process. Wang Wei calmly watched the chains, deciding his next course of action. Instead of evading, he chose to counter, or to be precise, bouncing and returning them to their creators. However, Time Eater seemed to have predicted his move. As soon as he countered, Time Eater countered his counter, even increasing the string's potency in the first place. Wang Wei did not hesitate to redirect these chains by opening spacetime tears that led to other dimensions. However, with a thought, a time corridor appeared to guide these chains to their original destination. Wang Wei changed tactics to evading, but the chain's number drastically increased and instantly cornered him, leaving no room for any escape maneuver. So, he used Tao freedom to be free of any chains, shackles, or restraints from time. Wang Wei's reaction was excellent, but not good enough. Right before the chains touched him, they suddenly changed their properties. They switched from a pure time Tao technique to a physical technique powered by time Tao. The chains became tangible materials powered by the energy from the river of time. Wang Wei's body flew a few meters away, but before he could hit anything, or even react, another chain hit him. For a few seconds, his body was swung away worse than children playing with ragdolls. How terrifying was the weight of the river of time? Wang Wei did not know, but given how easily it tore apart his nothingness skin shield and devastated his body, it was a terrifying number. Despite his terrible situation or the pain, Wang Wei's mind did not falter. Since the opponent could use the weight of the river of time, couldn't he too? Wang Wei went even further and added the river of fate in the equation. With one punch, he tore apart these chains. The intensity of his attack did not stop here as it rushed toward Time Eater. The former ruler of the Moon Council displayed his mastery of time. He channeled twice the amount of power from the river of time than Wang Wei to counter this punch. While doing all this, he also condensed new time chains to entangle Wang Wei, who copied him by creating time chains of his own. The chains confront each other, sending temporal waves with devastating effects on the surrounding environment. Trees suddenly aged and withered, the temperature changed due to a sudden change in season, houses suddenly disappeared after being lost to time, new landscapes materialized out of nowhere, and time echoes of different eras superimposed on certain areas. Fast learner, isn't he? Time Eater thought as he watched Wang Wei stole his technique by learning from him. He remained calm since he expected this to happen. A sword condensed before him, and Time Eater took a stance for a quick drawing strike. He then moved so fast that he resembled an intense white light cutting through heaven and earth. Time Eater manipulated time so that it had one purpose: to reach his destination as fast as possible. Did he manipulate his surroundings to a time in which there was no friction to hinder endless acceleration? Yes. Did he skip into the future to arrive at his destination? Yes. Did he gather kinetic energy across space-time to boost his speed? Yes, he did. His technique used time in all ways that could increase his speed. Time Eater moved so fast that Wang Wei could barely perceive him, but even that did not matter since his body could not react. However, Wang Wei had seen his father's battle with Ji Langfan and had the experience on how to deal with these speed freaks. As soon as Time Eater's acceleration reached a level beyond his reflexes, Wang Wei's body, like a program, instinctively released a Fate Domain technique. The domain influenced any dangerous attack coming his way, manipulating them to have only one outcome: miss him. Time Eater's sword shaved off the left side of his hair, but the sword did not damage him in the slightest. However, what Wang Wei saw was not surprising or a thoughtful Time Eater thinking of his next move. He saw a smirk. Do you know why my title is Time Eater? Well, I guess you'll find out soon. A terrifying sense of dread enveloped Wang Wei, and he wanted nothing but to distance himself from his opponent. His body even tried to move on its own to protect him, but it was useless. A large mouth materialized from Time Eater's body and ate a mouthful of white clouds from Wang Wei's body. Time Eater was not playing around. As soon as the creature succeeded in its sneak attack, 13 white swords more than 15 meters tall materialized above the sky, positioning themselves in what appeared to be a ceiling formation. Wang Wei looked at these swords, panic flashing in his eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Is this an attack? Or a seal? Which is it, and how do I respond to either? As the panic was about to settle in, his intuition, not the one built from his long cultivation journey but the innate talent he had even back on Earth, kicked in, and he realized something. His thoughts were weird. Wang Wei believed in his situation, so he calmed down and analyzed his thoughts. Then, it hit him: damn it, this bastard ate my experience. Time Eater's attack essentially ate all of the battle experience Wang Wei had gathered during his cultivation journey. Such a subtle manipulation of time and history was truly brilliant, mainly since it targeted one of Wang Wei's weaknesses. Without his experience, Wang Wei was similar to a recluse cultivator who focuses only on increasing their realm, and has fought less than 20 battles in their entire life. He had numerous spells, skills, and techniques at his disposal, but he did not know which was the best to use in any situation. What a frustrating feeling, Wang Wei complained. He knew time was running out, and he understood he should have a way to deal with the situation, but his mind immediately became chaotic when he tried. He became indecisive and full of fear of making the wrong choice. Since I can't decide, let's rely on my intuition, Wang Wei thought. His body moved on its own as he activated his Fate Shackle innate talent, putting a shackle on Time Eater's maw, changing the fact that it ate his experience. Instead, the mouth took his lifespan. Due to the nature of this chaos universe, lifespan is both the most important thing and the most useless. It's crucial to the mortal stage of cultivation, and all sentient beings fight desperately for it. However, at the immortal stage, it's useless. Wang Wei knew this and took full advantage of this fact. His action was correct for the situation, but there were repercussions. His hair turned gray-white, his body became thin, almost like a mummy, age spots materialized all over his body, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Even his eyes became slightly murky. Additionally, his action only dealt with the time-eating technique, not the time-sealing swords heading toward him with unparalleled speed. Wang Wei calmly raised his head to look at these swords. His eyes seemed to contain endless wisdom. Was he wise, or just the result of his current appearance? Well, it didn't matter. All things must come to an end, including time, Wang Wei uttered. The sealed domain turned black, and the 13 swords slowly dissipated. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Lazy Sage DAO creators thought if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1480 Intensifying Battle. Time Eater's face changed. His attack, why is it so potent? Has he already developed a unique skill? He observed the darkness around, along with the dissipation of his attack. No, he hasn't reached that level yet. However, his attacks have a similar power to those of these beings' descendants. Wang Wei turned to look at him. You, also, cannot escape death. A colossal scythe materialized between heaven and earth, descending toward Time Eater to reap him. What a joke, Time Eater sneered. I've transcended time, let alone death. Time Eater summoned a projection of the river of time above him before transforming into an enormous fish with a wingspan of 30 kilometers. He flew into the river, which morphed into armor around the fish. The scythe and fish clashed, releasing a devastating energy wave. A roar echoed between heaven and earth, but it was not from the fish. Instead, the voice was a combination of millions, if not billions, of voices. On the ground, numerous undead creatures materialized as a result of the death energy wave and roared at the sky before the power of time aged them into oblivion. Boom! Time Eater's body crashed on the ground, annihilating everything it came into contact with. He transformed into his human form as the scythe disappeared. He frowned as he sensed the scar across his chest, releasing a dark and nasty aura. An almost perfect combination of Death Dao with true will, Time Eater analyzed. In other words, a prototype of a unique skill. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. However, this was not the time for these emotions, not only because they had no place in the battlefield, but because Wang Wei's next attack was coming. Wang Wei used the concept of death is inevitable and always arrived to teleport behind Time Eater. And just like he previously experienced overwhelming speed, Time Eater had the same experience. Wang Wei also understood his opponent had a high battle IQ and plenty of experience, so the first thing he did was target his will to resist. His body released a dark aura that instantly killed Time Eater's desire to resist. Then, Wang Wei released a second aura containing the purest and most concentrated power of death. Time Eater's expression became calm and docile, almost as if he were not on the verge of death. Luckily for him, he had prepared automatic defensive measures for an exact situation as this. Past self-protection, a past version of himself that is not in mortal danger will materialize to protect the present version. Time's substitute, an alternate version of Time Eater will suffer the damage sustained in the attack. Embrace of time, for a brief period, Time Eater becomes the darling of the river of time, allowing him access to its infinite time energy to mold into a defensive barrier. With all these defensive techniques, Time Eater should have survived this attack, but that was not the truth. The power of death overwhelmed everything in its path to send him to the afterlife. This technique has reached the level of a unique skill, Time Eater thought before dying. His death was calm, with his body and soul intact. There were no wounds or injuries, he just died. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's complexion was pale, and in a matter of seconds, he lost all his hair and his body became thinner than a mummy. That was closed, Wang Wei thought. He sacrificed most of his lifespan to boost his attack to that level, meaning he was currently a kindling on the verge of extinction. The irony is that his current state was the best way to use Death Dao, but that would be playing with his life. Everything Wang Wei does was calculated, so he followed up by opening his mouth and swallowing Time Eater's essence to replenish his. His body slowly returned to its normal state while Time Eater's dissipated. As expected, there are some profound means of control deep in his existence, Wang Wei thought. His reckless approach had many purposes, the primary of which was gathering more information. His chronospirit skills are superb, maybe even too good, Wang Wei thought, feeling annoyed at how complicated things would be. Time Eater was one of the keys to removing the lock, meaning his death was essential. To be precise, his time powers and his main body as a time beast are the key to Wang Wei's plan. I can't mess around anymore, Time Eater thought. As the most powerful of the moons, he had access to the most resources, meaning he should have the highest number of longevity resources. However, that was not the case, at least, not anymore. Time Eater had to use most of his life during his infinite trichiliocosm travel. And the one he just lost was the last. A golden crown with a red gem at the center manifested in Time Eater's bun, instantly changing his aura. He became noble, majestic, and regal. The surroundings became brighter as if his existence was the world's light. Luscious trees even appeared on the ground, replacing the world of death and rumble. The power of destiny, Wang Wei frowned. Yes, I am now the son of the eternal ascension world, Time Eater declared in a confident, borderline arrogant line. Besides the two suns, he had the most luck in destiny during the Moon-Sun era. If not for his act of betrayal, his life would have been smooth sailing and prosperous. Previously, all this luck and destiny was wasted on Time Eater, but now, he can use them to boost all his attacks, bridging the gap with Wang Wei's techniques that he improved by studying Ji Qingming. Wang Wei observed the world. As a chosen one, the son of an era, he thought he could use his status to reduce Time Eater's luck and destiny, but the latter left no room for him to intervene. At the moment, Time Eater has access to the majority of the world's luck and destiny. Now I understand how he was able to cause a worldwide catastrophe, Wang Wei analyzed. Having access to such a quantity of the world's luck and destiny meant he had a certain authority, which Time Eater could use to cause severe damage. It also did not help if Heavenly Tao was secretly supporting him. Wang Wei did not hesitate to respond. He used his life and death Tao to create a unique mythical creature from his past, black and white impermanence. Samsara, or the underworld, is a well-developed system throughout the chaos universe, meaning the process of leading souls to the afterlife is automatic and does not require a group of creatures for the job. The only exceptions are a few worlds with a ghost cultivation system. In this case, Samsara has ghost messengers to fight these souls and forcefully bring them to their judgment and subsequent afterlife. Wang Wei was inspired to create the black and white impermanence technique after reading about the messengers in his future wife's library. Black and white impermanence was a duo, one dressed in all white with pale skin, and the other in all black with a similar skin color. Under Wang Wei's guidance, they rushed to confront the Time Wraith. As soon as the battle started, it became apparent who had the advantage. Despite fighting two people, the Time Wraith had the overwhelming advantage, proving why it was the judge, jury, and executioner of the River of Time. However, despite being on the losing side, Wang Wei was not discouraged as this battle inspired him. The Time Wrath was an instrumental part of the River of Time. It could be argued that it was part of its ecosystem. So, what if he could modify his black and white impermanence to be the same for Samsara? Unfortunately for him, Time Eater knew his greatest asset was his learning capabilities and his adaptability, meaning he would not give him time to analyze the Time Wraith and learn from it. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.